Okay, that's great. So welcome everybody to our panel on climate change. I'm absolutely delighted and honored to have this opportunity to meet you all and also to hear all your presentations. It's a wonderful, diverse range of research. Just a little bit about myself. My name is Aoife Houlihan-Wieberg, and I'm a professor in architecture, and I'm the new director of the Architectural Research Group at the Belfast School of Architecture and the Built Environment. Just a little background, I've just joined Belfast September 2019 after working for a decade at the Research Centre for Zero Emission Neighbourhoods and Smart Cities in Norway. So I have a very strong interest in all your work. So I'll just, as I explained to everybody before this, I'm just going to introduce each candidate. Then I'm going to hand the floor to each of you. And as you know, you have 16 minutes, and then we will take questions from the audience at the end of the session. So with that, I would like to introduce the first panel presenter, and his name is Anup Kumar Prasad from Bengaluru in India, and he shall have a presentation on crucial factors influencing climate change, an alternative dimension. So just by way of background for Anup, he is an assistant professor at the School of Architecture at Riva University in Bengaluru in India. He graduated from Politecnico di Milano in Italy, and his research and teaching focus is on the investigation of climate responsive solutions, passive architecture, incorporated with landscape design and architectural acoustics. His current research is focused on efficient passive heating and cooling systems for buildings. So with that, Anup, I'm delighted to hand the floor to you. So it's all yours. So.
Thank you for the introduction. I shall begin my presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. I'm going to discuss about my paper titled Crucial Factors Influencing Climate Change and Alternative Dimension. So I believe that the construction industry comes at tremendous expenses to the planet. It could be industrialization or ecological pollution. If we study the global status shared for the building and construction, fine energy and CO2 emission, we can get a clear picture of the impact. So United Nations Environment Global Status Report 2019 indicates that building and construction industry consumes more than 40% of the global fine energy and 40% of the energy related to CO2 emission. And this energy consumption or CO2 emission is taken account from the metal extraction to the manufacturing, transit, use, and till the end. Since 2010, several strategies has been used for energy efficiency improvements: green building, climate responsive architecture, sustainable architecture, compressed established earth blocks, heat regulatory system, and there are several other new technology has been evolved so that we can minimize our consumptions and we can, put less effect on the climate change. Several rating system has come forward with several guidelines and green certificate system. Still, the global use of electricity in building grow on an average of 2% per year. This lead few theorists to discard the original belief and consider rethinking. So to understand the crucial factor influencing the climatic change, we need to understand the basic thing first. So that is ecological footprint. Human has basic necessities such as food, shelter, clothes, which we get from the minimal expenses from our biocapacity. But the problem arises when the luxury demands comes to our picture, which comes at a tremendous cost of the environment. The impact of human activity measured in terms of area of the biologically productive land and water required to produce a good consumed and to assimilate the waste generated. Ideally, the ecological footprint has to be balanced with the biocapacity, but it does not have the case all the time. If we refer to the graph showing the variation of ecological footprint over biocapacity over the period of time from 1961 to 2011 in India, we learned that ecological footprint has increased from 0.65 to 0.92 global hectares per capita. On the other hand, the biocapacity has decreased from 0.53 to 0.45 in last 50 years. It is clearly indicating that it's increasing the ecological footprint and at the same time decreasing the biocapacity, extremely inequality and overconsumption. To understand why and how we went wrong, let's go back to time and refer. We are all aware that evolution of architecture in contemporary age started from classical antiquity to medieval period, Renaissance and modern era. Each era represents the development of architecture, philosophy, art and detailing, modernization, technology, and evolution. The 17th century became a significant in climatic change. It started with the invention of the steam machine 1774, which kick-started the first technological revolution. Thomas Edison opened the first electrical power station in 1882, represent the second technological revolution. The milestone was led when Gottlieb Daimler put the gasoline engine into the carriage, which characterized as the invention of the car. The new engine was light, independent, and powerful. Together with the discovery of fossil fuel from the underground, exploded the industry. The invention of the fossil fuel operated car allowed the capitalists to expand the industry in a larger horizon. There was a sudden boom in the industrialization due to heavy manufacturing of motor vehicles and being fossil fuel to support the manufacturing. It resulted in alarming pollution. By the beginning of the 19th century, major cities in Europe and America started struggling with the pollution. With the pollution a new threat to the environment, there was a downfall in the group of population who can afford the motor vehicles instead of already existing conventional way of commuting. Secondly, the necessity to own a motor vehicle was limited to the status of luxury rather than the need. After acknowledging the pollution as a serious side effect of the industrialization, many utopian plans were presented by the industrialists. For example, the Ebenezer Howard's Tomorrow, a peaceful path to real and reform. Further, with the Garden City movement, it was then suspected that the industrialists found an alternative way to expand their industry. Garden City movement was a great success, which rose the demand of motor vehicle and railways and its production. It became the middle class dream to own a house in the Garden City with a motor vehicle and a few electronics items at home, which made their day-to-day life much easier and convenient. Gradually, by early 21st century, the world realized that the fossil fuel is limited and going to be over soon. Then, if you understand the geography and globalization, it is one of the, if one examine meticulously, another phenomena can be observed from the map. Most of the developed countries belongs to the cold climatic zone, where the developing countries are characterized as a warm and hot climatic zone. Due to the adverse impact of globalization, the developing countries are also carelessly adopting the active techniques evolved specifically for the developed country. And since the developing countries have more pollution and more area to be covered, the excitement of adopting from developed country the techniques has enhanced the consumption of energy and industrialization, which is necessarily not required for these reasons. So where are we heading to? This where will it end up something efficient, or will end up into a very mass destruction or something which we've seen in the movies? So to understand that, let's go back to the pre-industrial architecture. Before the arrival of industrial age, the invention of mechanical heating and cooling, bioclimatic means were exclusively used to achieve moderately comfortable environment inside a building. Courtyard house in India is a specific feature which gives a comfortable environment without expenses of much of energy and technology. It provides daylight, natural light, air circulation, ambient temperature control, And each region in India with different climatic zone develop their own courtyard houses. Each region of India based on climate and lifestyle develop their own courtyard houses. For example, Haveli in the Rajasthan region, Vada in Maharashtra, Nalaketo in Kerala, Chettinad in Chhattisgarh, Vadas in Chhattisgarh, Rajbari in West Bengal. So you can see that the evolution of courtyard happened based on the requirement of the people and the lifestyle and the climatic condition. To investigate the performance efficiency of coated houses, the author did a performance analysis of vernacular house in two different climatic conditions. So first case, I have taken the different position of the courtyard, centered edge, long edge, and shorter edge, and put on the software Sapphira to do the simulation and understand which of these cases will take more energy consumption and will have more comfortability inside the house. Matrix has been prepared, which considered window to wall ratio in different proportion, 5%, 10%, 15%, coated position of center, longer and shorter edge, and then various parameters such as well lit, overlit, underlit, energy required for cooling, and total energy required has been taken. And it came out that with variation in this passive features, we can still achieve something which is more comfortable in terms of light, in terms of energy consumption, in terms of comfortability. Further, more parameters have been taken here, like orientation of the house from north, northeast, east, southwest. Here also, I realized that the energy consumption and the daylight factor also changes with the changing of the parameters. Then with another component added as overhang width. With that also varying the length of the overhang, simulation has been done and energy consumption varied place to places. Thermal insulation, that is U factor, that is with a different composition of wall from existing with slightly modified or synthetically much more modified, different condition of U values taken, and then the simulation again. And again, we found that there are variation in the energy consumption. So each variables indicate that fluctuation of energy consumption with a change of parameters. Same exercise has been repeated for different climatic conditions with different vernacular architecture in different regions of India. So in India, we have in general 5 climatic conditions: cold, composite, warm, hot, and moderate. And each climatic condition requires different kind of passive feature approach, which in the duration of time from the vernacular architecture, we realize that we can still achieve comfortability without having to use the active mechanical system for heating and cooling. So one can conclude from the exercise that by optimizing orientation, courtyard size, wall, roof assembly, and other passive features, one can achieve comfortability inside a dwelling without affecting the climates sincerely. So as a conclusion, we have some suggestions, like even though the capitalists and influencing of the world in the much convenient and efficient way, through the sensible education and architects' awareness of social responsibility, a common man could take the lead and play a significant role in counter the forced scenario fashioned by the industrialist and capitalist. One sincerely need to identify the hidden business propaganda under the fancy coating of rating system and discard it for the sake of environment. Profound architects should be confident that green rated buildings are not efficient enough and have further room for saving in energy consumption. Adopting architectural practice that relies on traditional inherently sustainable building techniques with a good measures of common sense, innovation, and bottom-up design approach could be taken. Continuous redefining of comfortability for indoor space based on different scenario would be an adequate way towards climate responsive architecture. And last, mass agreement on avoiding the mechanical heating and cooling system, specifically in the developing country, which is warm and humid in climatic condition, where passive features can be sufficient enough to facilitate comfortable indoor environment. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kumar. That was a really such an interesting presentation. I actually have a question for you, but in light of keeping to the time, I'll hold that to the end. But thank you so much. It was really interesting. Thank you. Great. So we'll just move on now to Frederica Appendino and Janet Hetman from Paris in France, who will present on eco-neighborhood in a historical city. Just by way of background, Federica is an associate professor in urban planning at ESPI in Paris and a research associate at the Lab Urba laboratory. She did her postdoctoral fellowship at the School of Engineers at the City of Paris. She holds a joint PhD in urban planning and heritage conservation from the Sorbonne University and Politecnico of Turin, as well as doing her BSc in architecture and MSc in sustainable architecture from the same university. Her research focuses on three key areas: sustainable urban planning and environmental assessment procedures, urban heritage management, and circular economy and urban projects. The co-author of this paper and presentation is Janet Hetman, who is an architect and holds a PhD degree. She is an associate researcher at the Centre de Recherche Nantaise Architecture Urbanite, I can't pronounce the last one, ENSA in Nantes. She has collaborated with the ENSAP in La Villette and the Department of Architecture at Roma Tre University and Politecnico di Torino. She uses a design-based approach in her research, which revolves, she uses a design-based approach in her research, which revolves around projects that focus on the adaptive reuse of architectural heritage. And more recently, her work investigates the morpho-typological developments of architecture in face of current urban dynamics of spaces, hybridization, and uses intensification. So with that, I would like to give the floor to Federica and Janet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Can you all see
Yes.
my screen? Okay, yes. Thank you very much. So thank you for this presentation, and we are very glad to be here today to talk about the challenges and opportunities of retrofit solutions of heritage buildings and neighborhood by presenting the case study of Saint-Vincent-de-Paul in Paris. This presentation introduced the first reflections of an early stage research work that aims to propose a cross-cutting reading combining the academic and the practitioner point of view. So to start our presentation, we all know that in recent years, interest in urban sustainability has grown internationally with a multitude of policies, initiatives, and tools implemented, primarily due to an increasing awareness of the importance of climate change. In Europe, some of the greatest environmental impacts are associated with the building sectors, as we can see in this slide. Thus, a global consensus has emerged on the need to retrofit existing urban fabric in order to improve its energy, water, and waste efficiencies and to reduce emissions. Nevertheless, to date, for practitioners as well as for scholars, ancient building retrofit operations are still very controversial. Indeed, retrofit interventions should not only limit energy consumption, contain heat losses, and consider user comfort, but also at the same time preserve the cultural and aesthetic values of historic buildings. And this implies, at least in theory, the minimum intervention. Some difficulties, but also contradictions, clearly appear if we consider, for instance, the thermal insulation that could alter the stratigraphy and the facade of ancient buildings, or even the installation of photovoltaic and solar panels that could alter the visual integrity of ancient buildings, or even the dialogue between new and ancient materials and construction techniques that could pose problem of compatibility, as we can see in this nonsense example. So this was just to give you a few examples to underline that for all these reasons, it is not always easy to find a balance between the sustainability ambitions and the character of the original building fabric. Our research interest center around this gap between heritage preservation practices and environmental sustainability considerations. So to investigate this, we choose to focus on the city of Paris, who is directly confronted with this issue. Indeed, as you all know, the city of Paris is characterized by an outstanding heritage in terms of urban and architectural value and extension, since almost the entire city is protected in various ways by many conservation tools and a strong regulatory system. More than 90% of the city is protected or listed, and almost 85% of buildings were constructed before 1945. But at the same time, the city of Paris is among the great world cities with a strong commitment to environmental sustainability, notably concerning climate change. For this reason, the city adopted a climate action plan so that it can become carbon neutral and resilient by 2050. This strategic document provides an ambitious program to improve energy efficiency of new and old buildings, and this is seen as an opportunity, as you can see on the slide, to reconcile heritage protection with energy renovation. To ensure these ambitions, a specific urban project has been identified by the city as a pilot testing ground to experiment with innovative solutions for climate change mitigation and adaptation, the Saint-Vincent-de-Paul eco-neighborhood in Paris. So in this very first part of our research work, we choose to focus on this project, this pilot project, as a case study. And direct observation of this retrofit project has been undertaken to acquire first-hand knowledge of the retrofit process. This case is particularly interesting because it provides an ambitious environmental approach that must, at the same time, ensure the protection and the enhancement of built heritage. Indeed, Saint-Vincent-de-Paul, as you can see on this slide, is an ancient hospital complex characterized by an important and diversified architectural heritage asset, with buildings from the 17th to the 20th century. And the entire project area is listed as an inscribed site, and the most ancient buildings are protected by specific conservation tools. The future eco-neighborhood is located on a century-old site in the heart of the 14th arrondissement of Paris. At the same time, the project is very ambitious, notably from an environmental point of view. Indeed, the future eco-neighborhood will be the first urban project that sets out to be carbon neutral and resilient. To this end, the Saint-Vincent-de-Paul project focuses on three main ambitions: a 000 ambition, aiming for zero carbon, zero waste, and zero discharge. To this end, the project focuses on transforming the existing buildings, reusing materials, and saving and managing water and resources. So in the second part of this presentation, we will go into details of this project to show that despite these ambitions, the adaptation of ancient buildings to current environmental challenges is not easy to solve because so many concerns still exist related to preservation practices.
The Saint-Vincent-de-Paul project aims to achieve a high standard of energy efficiency at all stages of a building's life. Concerning to the zero waste objective, the main action focus on promoting building and material, recycling and reuse through a circular economy approach as well. And finally, the zero discharge objective is intended in terms of sustainable water management and biodiversity protection. The urban project is intended to ensure an harmonious balance between the construction of the contemporary blocks and the preservation of the 60% of the site's historic buildings, providing even an ambitious environmental approach. The Saint-Vincent-de-Paul district covers around 3.4 hectares, and it will be a mixed-use district, including housing, public and private facilities, shops and businesses, but even spaces for cultural and creative activities, in addition to 4,000 square meters of green spaces. The site in itself is characterized by an urban and architectural stratification due to the densification process over the last 3 centuries. And from the property of the church, just to an hospital, the relation between empty green spaces and architectural volumes explain the actual environmental needs. At the beginning, in the 1650, the first monumental building was the Noviciat de l'Oratoire, and the rest, the area was just a huge garden. During the 20th century, the hospital needs let fill the last part of the green area, limited only in courtyards. And the last example on the site of French architecture from the early 20th century were built. Moreover, between the 1975 to nowadays, then a radical change in the architectural register followed, and mainly expressed in language and materials. And because even the needs of the hospital itself imposed a further extension that took place by new aggregation to existing buildings. So the site collects an architectural pattern. In fact, Saint Vincent de Paul's building differs from each other in terms of typology and architectural language, such as materials and construction technique. The green area lost its role of public garden within the city, and architectural stratification within the articulation of buildings and nature are key elements at the urban scale. In fact, going into the detail of one single building allows us to figure it out how the 000 agenda converge or not with a specific characteristic of an architectural heritage. The Pinard Lodge is chosen as a case of further exploration, and in order to underline compatibilities and conflicts between the characteristic of the building and the technical strategy and solution applied. Pinard is a stratified historical building itself, composed by a maternity clinic built in 1930 and a new building dedicated to research activities that was added in late around 1970. And below, in addition, below the courtyard, there are 2 floors of parking lot. So this building, together with its outdoor spaces, will be reconverted into a mixed and intensive public program named Super Équipement. The maternity building is made by a fair-faced but load-bearing brick facade, independent interior walls, and reinforced concrete floor construction solution. It has a modern aesthetic, and it is based on a geometrical symmetry based on a U-shaped system. So Pinard is originally composed on a central courtyard surrounded by 3 wings, and the dimension of these wings are around 8 meters per 56. And each floor is almost 3 meters high. As an example of hygienistic architecture applied to a maternity ward, is speciality aimed to be generous in light, in natural light, and in air. Reason why the almost 40% of perimetrical walls are dedicated to high windows. Contrary to the public extension that has a concrete structural frame and an envelope made by prefab PVC panel. So the mainly contradiction we found concern energy efficiency, rainwater management, and construction and demolition waste reduction. The heating consumption goal is set at 25 kilowatt-hour per square meters per year for primary energy for ancient building. So even if this goal can be easily achieved with the ordinary intervention, Pinard case show how even the most common solution can be in tension with the specific nature of the building. In fact, even if Pinard's consumption was estimated at 46 kilowatt-hour per square meters per year for final energy. In order to achieve this goal, it was mandatory to the replacement of all the fixtures and doors with a new triple glazed window. And as we saw, it can be very expensive because of its surface. Plus, the opaque wall required biosourced insulated panels of 25 centimeters thick. So if applied to a width of 8 meters building, it will reduce of alpha meter an already limited thickness of the building. And that means to lose about 29 square meters of floor space per wing. This solution would have let even achieve the main energy efficiency goal, but it would reduce the functional of the space and its surface. So, or it was mandatory to choose a 610 centimeters thick of no biosource insulation panel. That means that choosing between thickness, performance, and materials can be tricky because of the impact of the carbon balance and the ecological impact. Another technical solution is to use vegetal layers to absorb and manage rainwater, where the height of the earth layer is the crucial factor. A 20-40 centimeter of layer allow to cultivate lawn grass or medium height shrubs with a medium factor of water absorption. At 100 centimeter layer, as well as 100% of earth, allows to cultivate tree with a high level of rainwater absorption. But as we saw in Pinar, difficulties are located in placing such important thickness on existing structure or in a already fulfilled basement. And another point of contradiction is in the reuse existing buildings or architectural element that is preferable from an environmental point of view. But for example, in the case of Pinar, the building, the extension of the building was initially suggested for demolition, and then the possibility of maintaining was reconsidered but it required a preliminary step to verify, among other things, the state of the structure and its load-bearing capacity. But the lack of regulation and expertise push sometimes designers in front of multiple risks, and these affect the decision to reuse or not already existing buildings or elements. In conclusion, we pointed out that first, while the strategic plans of the city of Paris, the achievement of the energy objective is fairly calibrated, technical solutions seem to alter the architectural system and its historical characteristics. Secondly, it will perhaps be more effective to impose standards on energy consumption based on finally energy consumption rather than primary energy consumption, and the factor we call it zero consumption surprises. And thirdly, the Saint Vincent de Paul case overview through Pinard's specificities highlights how retrofit heritage intervention meets stratified system at the urban and architectural scale. The awareness of keeping together heritage, retrofit, reuse, and new intervention open up to the possibility of an energy strategy based on a compensatory approach. And to conclude, it is important to note that the Saint Vincent de Paul project is currently underway, and this is the reason why at the moment we could focus on this on the design phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's such an important area. That's such an important area of research. You know, how do you manage this balance and compromise? You know, with heritage protection and retrofit with increasing needs for energy efficiency. So again, I have a question, but I think in the spirit of keeping everything to time, I'll hold it to the end. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we shall move to the next presenter. So that's going to be Helena Fitzgerald from Limerick in Ireland. And so Helena is a registered architect. Her built projects include innovative workspaces and ultra low energy homes. And she is an RIAI accredited conservation architect. She's a graduate of the School of Architecture at UCD in Dublin, and she completed an AIARG degree at TU in Dublin. She also teaches at the same university on the AIARG program. Helena is a researcher on the City Exchange Horizon 2020 research project at the University of Limerick. This project explores the development of a structured approach to achieving zero carbon cities by 2050. She also leads a research work package developing top-down and bottom-up frameworks for engagement and co-creation to enable and to accelerate this transition. The frameworks are currently being implemented in 7 European cities, including Limerick's historic Georgian core. Just a postscript, since 2013, her practice has engaged with the design and facilitation of citizen engagement processes to develop local responses to climate change and biodiversity loss. So with that, I would like to give the floor to Helena.
Thank you very much, Aoife.
Yes.
I'm going to share my screen. So,
excellent.
So I'm going to talk about the Positive City Exchange project, and I'm going to focus in on one of the frameworks we have developed over the last year on the creation of DPEB Innovation Labs. And at the end of the presentation, I'm going to give a short postscript on an approach to drawing I've developed through my participatory practice, which I used within the research process. So Positive City Exchange is a Horizon 2020 research and innovation project, which is working with 7 cities across Europe. It's a smart cities and communities project, and the lighthouse cities are Trondheim in Norway and Limerick in Ireland. And Limerick is Ireland's first lighthouse city. The context for the project, I'm wondering, can I make this smaller? Can you see the Zoom thing at the side?
I can see you on the side, but it seems fine.
That's fine, okay. The context for the project is the changing energy market. And we know that if Europe is to achieve its commitment to become carbon neutral by 2050, that its electrical distribution system must change. And at the moment, we have this top-down, quite simple one-way system where electricity is supplied to consumers. And the change that's going to happen really is that the electrical distribution grid is going to become much more complex with two-way flows of electricity, which are dynamically managed in real time using smart grid technologies. And this enables more small-scale renewables to access community grids. And as part of this transition, consumers become prosumers. So quite simply, this transition cannot happen unless citizens become actively involved in their local energy market. The Positive City Exchange approach is based on a concept called positive energy blocks. And this is where a number of buildings, at least 3 in number, collaborate around how they use energy so that over the course of a year, they generate more energy from local renewable sources than they consume. And so a group of buildings can create a positive energy block, and these blocks can be connected to form positive energy districts, and the districts can be connected to create a positive energy city. And the project is implementing a step-by-step approach to creating positive energy blocks. So in Limerick, we're focusing on one initial block. And the process is first to engage the communities and building owners in a district. The buildings are then upgraded and energy consumption is reduced. Then we look at incorporating renewable technologies, energy storage, and integrating e-mobility solutions. At this point, the smart grid really kicks in, and we balance and optimize energy use between the buildings. And the final step is that peer-to-peer trading is established to allow the community grid to operate. The project is organised around 3 strands of investigation, and University of Limerick led the 3rd strand called Community Exchange, which develops these top-down and bottom-up frameworks for citizen engagement in the clean energy transition. The frameworks comprised, well, both City Vision, the first one, really places a city's clean energy transition within a broader SDG framework, and involves using participatory processes, the citizens of the city in kind of creating a pathway for that. The next framework, called the Citizen Participation Playbook, contains best practice on citizen engagement or guidance on best practice, and a number of tools, both virtual and face-to-face tools and processes which can be used by the cities. The Innovation Playground is a spatial and socioeconomic framework to create the conditions for innovation at a district level. The learning framework allows cities to introduce knowledge about these new concepts and indeed about smart cities themselves to enable the next generation smart citizen. The Positive Energy Champion Network is a network of early adopters of the innovation who share their knowledge and experience with their fellow citizens and with their networks. And the final framework, which I'm going to speak about in more detail today, is the DPEP Innovation Lab. So all of these are available on the knowledge base on the cityexchange.eu website. So they're quite substantial reports backing up each of these frameworks. At project inception, the Innovation Playground was represented as this district in the city with the DPEP Innovation Lab located within it. So in approaching the framework, I adopted the approach developed by Space Engagers, and Alan Lee, I think, might be in the room. He was the lead author on the Innovation Playground framework. And this contains a system, an innovation playground system comprising places, data, activities, and enabling mechanisms, which can be localized in each of the cities. There's also an innovation playground journey, which is an innovation journey of observation, sense-making, co-design, and prototyping. And the whole focus of this framework is to empower citizens to participate in co-creation and innovation processes to address challenges that matter to them. Another consideration in developing the framework is the innovation model adopted by the project, which is Open Innovation 2. And we adopted a particular definition for innovation, but within Open Innovation, the adoption of innovation is a really important aspect of innovation processes. And the diagram or the table on the right illustrates the evolution in thinking about innovation, which is now represented in an OECD definition from 2018, which recognizes that it's not just business that innovates, that citizens are involved too, and really kind of suggests that there are different reasons now why people might want to innovate. I looked at some case studies of similar spaces and programs operating in cities. So in Madrid, we had Media Lab Prado, in Amsterdam, VAG Technology and Society. These have been established for some time with established governance and operation processes. And then more recently, Padriv in Oslo, which has a focus on the UN SDGs and the sustainable transition in a growing area of population. So the framework then was designed to develop the Innovation Playground system designed by Space Engagers with a catalogue of data, places, activities, and enabling mechanisms. I developed a set of design rules to orchestrate interactions, both between stakeholders, but also in terms of how data is managed within the innovation ecosystem. There's a shared vision or a process for establishing a shared vision in the form of an innovation agenda and a suggestion of what an innovation lab program might include. And the focus of this innovation ecosystem and its orchestration is to enable positive cycles of collaboration, which I will describe in more detail later. So we have some sophisticated visualization tools. This is an energy model tool of Limerick. There was a whole kind of ICT enterprise architecture work stream separate to the one I was involved in, but the Innovation Lab had to integrate these and, in enterprise architecture use cases. So the enterprise architecture for the project really sets the clean energy transition and the sustainable transition as strategic aims of the city. And then at the bottom layer of this layered approach, you can see the physical data gathering infrastructures, including smart meters and digital mobile technologies that citizens might use. In Limerick, the project is being implemented just now. So we have a delineated innovation playground, which corresponds to the Georgian district. We have 5 buildings who are actively working to create a DPEP. We have a space for co-creation and innovation. This is in transition. I think, Aoife, you might have visited us last year. And we're in the process of relocating this space, which is co-located with the School of Architecture's Fab Lab. There have been a number of, this is a community mapping event held by Space Engagers, activating the Citizen Observatory. And this is an example of a citizen sensing event, which was facilitated by Collaborativa, our project partners. So having kind of given an overview of the framework, I'm going to focus in on the positive cycles of collaboration. So this is a bit like a Monopoly game. So if you start at the top with the implementation of Positive City Exchange, the partners in Limerick are currently co-creating an innovation agenda, which is really drawn from the project objectives and demonstration projects. And from that agenda, we're developing a program of activities and events to animate the innovation playground. So what we're doing is called exploitative innovation, because we're implementing a project plan associated with the research project. But the innovation playground is also meant to allow and support exploratory innovation or permissionless innovation in order to accelerate the transition of the city. And the 4 stakeholders, it's this quadruple helix model of stakeholder engagement, includes the university, civil society, business, and the local authority. So in our operation, we're creating an open record of knowledge, activities, and learning. So at the moment, these are very weak patterns, and over the next year, we have to develop processes to strengthen how this happens, ideally to create some kind of searchable database so that engagement events don't just disappear once they happen, so that our engagements can be meaningful. So we kind of feed back what we're doing back into the operation of the innovation playground and innovation lab. But where this gets really interesting is that the knowledge of the city obtained from its citizens and the innovative approaches are fed back in through city governance processes. So we can see on the left-hand side how all of the learning from the innovation playground can inform the local development planning process, or can be fed into refining permission processes within the city. So Limerick is implementing its Bold City vision. We already have feedback from engagement exercises and what the SDG priorities are for the people of Limerick. And we're hoping that the project can continue as a broader kind of living lab addressing Limerick's SDG priorities as part of their sustainable transition. So all of this, which is it's a lot of work and a lot of complexity, but if we are to succeed in reaching carbon neutral status or net zero carbon city status by 2050, then we need these mechanisms to accelerate, to allow this to happen. So what we're saying really is that the Innovation Lab and Innovation Playgrounds are necessary energy infrastructure to support this transition. So as a postscript to the project, I just thought I would share an approach to drawing on participatory processes which developed through earlier research, where I began to draw the kind of spatial and topographical metaphors which appear in discourse theory as described in Hegemony and Social Strategy by Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe. And this idea of kind of horizon I find particularly useful because it can denote a limit of our knowledge or a limit of what is feasible from a technological perspective, but it can also indicate a target and progress over time. The horizontal line can also denote a non-correspondence. So in my earlier practice, this was about the frameworks and legislations, the tools to enable sustainable land use management and their non-correspondence to the bewildering diversity of our landscapes and places. And how through participatory process you construct these planes of discourse focused on a shared vision, which can help to navigate the non-correspondence. And this has become a feature of my drawing of participatory processes, which I brought with me and kind of used really as a method to try and understand the complexity of a city transition towards carbon neutral status. So there are some precedents for this type of space. We can see Sala de Nove in Siena, where landscapes are envisioned of varying futures to support decision-making to a shared within a shared philosophical framework represented by Lorenzetti's allegory of good government. And there are other spaces where people envision idealized versions or future versions of their landscape. With these, perhaps we're talking about the most powerful people in society who then manipulate the landscapes to reinforce that position of power. So I'm really interested in the potential of the innovation labs and the innovation playgrounds to support active participation of citizens in a just transition. That's it.
Sorry. Thank you so much. That can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. No, that is so wonderful to, especially at the end, to see this completely new angle, introduced as a way to sort of encourage stakeholder participation. I think this whole idea of using drawing as a mechanism in addition to more traditional routes would be fantastic to explore. So we'll talk more at the end of the session, but it was a really exciting presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next we shall move on to Martin Murray, who's from Belfast, and he will talk about remaking our rural towns through energy conservation. So I didn't actually receive a bio, Martin, so I'm just wondering if you might possibly introduce yourself.
I will. I will, and if the organisers can hear me,
yes,
I'll do a short introduction and then they can start the video. I've asked them to do video because it's timed to exactly the period of time.
Perfect.
There's way too many slides in it. I'm an architect, urban designer, project manager, almost 40 years of experience in practice, and currently doing a PhD in the University of Ulster. I'm not from Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland, but the principle of the PhD is trying to deal with our current standards of NZEB vis-a-vis whether there's the possibility of improved fabric standards. In other words, are the standards that we have currently as regulations stringent enough to meet our obligations of 2030, 2050? My bias is that they're not, and in particular, that is going to be felt at the rural level. And that's why I'll just give you a short vignette and then we can start. I came across a public advertisement by AIARG, who are our national grid operators, for a branding exercise for their services. And it just struck me as very unusual that they should choose to brand something that's a monopoly. And when you actually reflect on it, telling the story is a very important thing to do, and branding obviously has its role. But there is nobody out there who is branding the needs and necessities to meet the climate challenge for communities, and in particular smaller rural communities. The cities even, I think, will suffer. So that became the bedrock for the presentation. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Martin. So I'll hand the floor to you.
Or rather to the organizers. Hello, good morning.
Great.
Thank you for looking at this presentation entitled Remaking Our Rural Towns Through Energy Conservation. And thank you to the conference for the opportunity of presenting this research. It's research which is very much a part, but a subsidiary part of my own PhD studies, which are related to NZEB and Passive House, but perhaps a very important part, which I'll hopefully show during the course of the presentation. Energy is a societal issue, and there's no doubt about it, but that the solving of it will be both at the collective and trying to deal with the whole aspect of the individual. This is a problem throughout the world, and nowhere best illustrated probably in the United States at the moment, and in particular the image of the individual as represented, for example, by the guy standing rather proudly at his car and the traffic jam, because as the individual we cannot avoid the collective, and in terms of energy the same status, the same principle stands. Where it comes to Ireland and my particular interest in rural towns is that if we don't solve the problem of energy at the collective for small rural towns, then those towns will continue their slide into oblivion, I feel. And what I'm proposing here in the presentation is exactly that kind of concern. So towns in Ireland, their wealth is by and large determined by their proximity to a city. And this has been found study after study. These two maps show on the left-hand side an area, the yellow, brown and red areas are the really disenfranchised areas because they're the furthest away from city centres. And this, which is very telling given the COVID need for communication through the internet, these are internet coverage. Blue being very bad, the red being very good. I'm not familiar with similar research in Northern Ireland, but I'm sure Northern Ireland is slightly different insofar as the towns and the main centres of population are very close to each other. Whereas in the Republic here, we have a much larger landmass, which make rural towns very isolated. I'm going to make the presentation across 3 headings. I'm going to look at the urban opportunity of energy for our communities, therefore the policy dilemma, and then the 10-year opportunity, because we only have 10 years, up to about 2030, to really begin to seriously address our energy needs. And this, I feel, needs to be done at the level of community. I start with a rather beautiful photograph from 1940s Bunclody, an area referenced in a Teagasc report of 2014 as one of the most urban deprived, economically deprived areas in the country in 2014. And it's probably emblematic of a lot of the towns that have lost their market raison d'etre to a subsidiary role to the nearest large cities. And that's where the dilemma starts. And it continues in terms of the sociology behind the problems that then arise. And there's no better man for writing about that than Robert Putnam, who has written Bowling Alone, and his most recent book called The Upswing. And he tries to look at this whole issue of community and how community comes together and fails to come together. And there's no doubt about it, but from an energy point of view, community is everybody's problem. Centralisation is an equal problem in Ireland. We tend to centralise everything, but we offer little crumbs from the table down to our rural brethren, 40,000 here, just so we can do the odd press release. But these kind of monies and these kind of investments are not sufficient to protect these kind of fabrics. The embodied carbon in that, the actual sheer beauty, cultural and historic nature of that fabric. We need to be giving a significant amount more to these towns and villages. And we lack ambition. This is a slide, a vox pop from the European Energy Conference of last year. But equally, we might look at our energy standards and say NZEB is not ambitious enough. And certainly from the point of view of practice, one of my big interests has been Passive House. And I've been saying for a number of years, Passive House is where we need to go in terms of our energy standard for fabric and for the buildings in our. Where does that bring us? It means that the fabric is good enough to give you a standing chance of having energy positive development. If we build poorer standards, particularly for refurb, these standards here, then we don't stand a chance of creating a really decarbonized grid. It's one thing trying to reach market equilibrium between this grid and, say, NZEB software, but actually there's a pile of stuff in between. There's the energy standard itself, there's the embodied carbon, there's the population profiles, there's the fuel poverty. All of this stuff in between, which we're not addressing with the current standard of NZEB. And this is where the current equilibrium will become challenged as our objectives for energy saving towards 2030 and 2050 arise. So where did that leave us? Well, we need early movement. That's already been established by a number of studies, this one in particular from Galway, where early movement would actually bring us to perhaps 2040, 2040, in regards to reaching our energy standards. But it's whether our policies will allow that to happen. And it's incredibly important that we start addressing the issue of renovation and retention of our existing buildings and our existing towns and villages, because the greenest building is the one that already exists, as is stated quite beautifully by this new retrofit scheme in England. And this gives you some sense of the building materials content in a new construction versus the operational content. So in England, in the last 3 weeks, the AIARG, the Architects Journal, has come through with a proposal for retro first. In other words, fabric first. And if we're going to do renovation, we need to get tax support, policy support, and procurement support. And I would imagine you could take that document, photocopy it, and make it into an Irish policy document as well. And the reason that is so important is because of this embodied carbon. It's in the green here for new buildings, offices and homes. And as you can see, it far outweighs the operational carbon emissions. So it's the embodied carbon in existing homes and existing buildings that we have to protect and retain. And Passive House is very good at doing that because it already has an EnerPhit step change across renovation to allow renovation to occur over a number of years with these existing. And that is so important. And we've been at this and talking about it since the 1970s, when I remember there was living over the shop initiatives by Dublin City Council. And really they haven't gone anywhere. We have a study here from around 2014 in Banagher, where the green buildings are vacant. In Cork, they identified enough vacant space to create the possibility of 400 new homes right in the city centre. And that has huge implications for policy and has huge implications for transport. So where do we go? Why are we creating a policy which appears to be painting ourselves into a corner? And this is the policy. So electricity is meant to be giving us the vast proportion of our savings in the next 10 years, 62.5%. And that's as published by AIRGrid. Transport, built environment further down in these figures. So hold on to that image and I'll come back to it in a few moments. And the reason this paper arose in the first place was when I saw a public advertisement from AIRGrid, which looked at this brand positioning of the AIRGrid. And I thought to myself, this is very strange because AIRGrid is a monopoly. There are no competitors. And yet, in terms of the energy enabling of our communities, I have to ask the question, who will brand our communities? And really the story of our communities has to be told accurately and has to be told with some level of a semblance of sensibility to our communities. So in the late 1990s, I remember hearing on RTE that there was 80 new jobs created in Kinnegad because of the opening of a new Tesco supermarket. And that image stuck in my mind because obviously what's lost here goes to here. And yet the clarity of the message was not in what was reported. And we must speak to what a community needs and wants. So who speaks to community energy? We have 6.5 billion of imported energy being spent year on year, and yet only 1% of that energy is being produced by our communities, which is a huge challenge for 2030 and 2050. No better man in terms of that is Schumacher. Those of you who may know small is beauty, aka the principle of subsidiary function. And I'll return to the principle of subsidiary function in a moment. Anybody who knows what it entails gets a special prize. But back in 1973, he was talking about the conventional values that need to be challenged. And we're doing it now with Greta Thunberg, but we're just leaving it so late. And that's why we're painted into the corner. We've had initiatives. We had this initiative in Dublin in 1998. We've had initiatives which allowed for reduction of primary energy, and these are all covered in my paper, by the way, and carbon emissions. We had the initiative BEDZ in England. And these are all looking at integrated living and how to live low energy lives. And yet in Ireland, we have to ask, what stories do we still tell ourselves? We still have the sense of the bungalow bliss, the self-build, the house in the countryside, the one that's ostensibly giving independence away from community, and yet we have to belong to community. And we don't help as an architectural profession. I'm not sure if the architectural imagery that we're providing, much of it done as a marketing exercise, is an architectural solution, when what we really need to be doing is looking at transition towns and how we can help them. So we have a 10-year opportunity. And we know all of what needs to be done. We know from Putnam the social capital that is required to be protected. We know from Jane Jacobs the death and life of great American cities. We know how societies operate. We need to give them the support that they deserve. These are images from Nice, a shopping centre that went belly up in the recession, and the main shopping centre which is outside the town, which leads to this. And you have to ask the question, which of these is the most resilient in energy terms? Because the real problem is beginning to manifest, and it's not so much the carbon budget and NZEB, although that is there, and the combination of the individual and the sectorial needs. But it's the alarm. It's the time that all of this is taking to do, and we have painted ourselves into a policy corner. And it's a policy corner that perhaps hasn't looked at the science in detail enough, and certainly needs time. An example of that is Brussels. Brussels brought through a methodology of best practice in terms of passive house over a period from 2004 up to 2015, 11 years. And this is the kind of policy proposal we now need for the towns and villages of Ireland. We need to look at how we can create milestones of development, look at exemplary buildings, which I'm suggesting, look at the green loans. And we need a continuity, and we need the confirmation that these things will be there in 10 years' time. And this isn't happening. So we need to readjust our priorities. So if we take electricity and put it down here, and put the built environment up here, now we're influencing transport, we're influencing agriculture, and these are where the money should be spent in terms of our national policy. A lot of this has got to do with an expression in economics called rent taking. And it would be no surprise to me that if Irish energy became the same problem that Irish water became in the last 5 to 10 years. And what rent taking is about, and you can look it up in terms of Georgism economics, it's understanding the market rent. It's understanding how money is taken out of the marketplace. And unless we empower energy use and energy convenience with our small rural town communities and our urban citizens, then energy is going to be seen as a consumer item as opposed to something they have an obligation and an interest to engage with. Now, passive house allows that to happen, because from the classic passive house, we now have the premium passive house. And people can empower themselves by being energy conscious. And that's where we need to get to. There are funds available to do this. We've got the EU City Fund, and we need our local authorities to engage with these, to look at refurbishment of our homes and how that might be better done. We have to allow for all our cars. So we're basically bringing our cars out of commission by 2030, and likewise all around Europe. And likewise, we have to ask ourselves, what are the emblematic images we're going to leave behind us when we have addressed our energy problem? This is one of AIARG na Cruise when it was being built by Sean Keating. But what are the images that will record our road to zero? My demonstrative case study is in hand and is currently in design, and this will be part of my PhD study. It'll be using calculated embodied carbon materials. It will look at an inner town site and the sharing of energy, cars, washing, food, water, and living areas. So all around a central space. Interestingly enough, when this was looked at the Heritage Council, the whole protection of our towns a number of years ago, it never once mentioned energy. PV is incredibly effective in Ireland, and we shouldn't be put off by that fact. And the demonstration case study, I think, will give rise to a huge number of knowledge gaps that we currently have, and which will go to help create a parallel strategy to decarbonising our grid. The energy opportunity is to create a brand clarity for our towns, emblematic developments which could become that brand. We can target prioritisation, and the outcome would be, in many ways, an expanded NZ policy platform. The energy, I said at the beginning, is a societal problem, but it is beyond that. It is a choice as a community. And that community is either one that will use a deficit energy use, centralised delivery, top-down manifestation, we become a passive consumer, or alternatively, we become an energy citizen and we use a surfeit of energy use and we make and empower our communities. And what I like to think is that one represents micro and one represents macro. One is the little messy element of towns that we love. They're layered, memorable, granular. And the other one is a rather sad, universal image of the typical shopping experience, which is the macro. It's private, it's rent-taking, it's international, and it's non-place. Thank you very much. Hello, good morning. Thank you for looking at this presentation entitled Remaking Our Rural.
Anyway, hopefully everybody out there on the web will have been able to hear it properly. But it was very interesting to be able to go through the different slides. And again, I think the whole approach of
energy is
having European legislation and net zero carbon targets, how that can be resolved in practice in a different context, particularly in Northern Ireland and rural communities in Ireland, where there's a very high reliance on car use and associated car transport emissions. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how that can be adopted to the local context. So if we have time at the end, I'd like to discuss that a little bit more. But let's move on to the next presenter for now, just to keep our timing. So our next presenter is Rebecca McConnell from Belfast, and she will give a talk on a wicked problem. So Rebecca McConnell is a trained architect and PhD candidate at the School of Architecture at Queen's University in Belfast. Her PhD research is with Professor Greg Keefe, in which she focuses on the various consequences of climate change and what it will mean for the architectural profession on the island of Ireland. This builds upon her master's project, which was called the Garden of Belfast Delights, which was awarded the RIAI Scott Talon Walker Excellence Award in 2017. So with that, I'd like to hand the floor to Rebecca. Thank you.
Thank you. I was supposed to do the same as Martin and have mine, but maybe it would be better if I tried to share the video.
Let's see. I'm not sure if it's all controlled. That's the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca Jane McConnell. I'm an architect and PhD candidate at Queen's University in Belfast, and today I'm going to talk to you about how can architects serve the climate crisis, utilising research by design to challenge the wicked problem of climate change. First and foremost, climate change is a wicked problem. A wicked problem is a convoluted dilemma that proves impossible to solve. It is unique and can often have unreliable behaviours, an overlapping relationship with sibling problems, incomplete facts surrounding it, too many opinions on the topic, and multiple possible outcomes which can often unveil further problems. It can also seem much too complex to be fixed. Problems are said not to be solved, but minimized, manipulated, disrupted, or directed. Climate change fits the identity of a wicked problem perfectly. This wicked problem wheel shows research into the topic, forming its own subtopics. If we take one of these topics, for example, cities and urbanization, and put it in the centre of the problem wheel, we can see that it spawns its own problems, morphing the original problem into an unsolvable spider's web. As an island, we will be hit with many issues. These include sea level rise, temperature increase, extreme weather, ocean acidification, physical and mental health problems, and food supply chain issues. The nature of design is arguably perfectly suited to take on the dilemma. Some even argue that it is a designer's duty to act on this crisis. It was Vivalda Hawking who said, "Design had a part to play in the creation of the materialistic culture of more, which has now contributed to the looming crisis we now face." In general, design is playful, it's iterative, it's not afraid to make mistakes, it can deal with the messiness of the problem in the way that science or technology may not be able to. Design is a creative yet structured discipline, and it welcomes criticisms and hopes for continuous improvement. In architecture, many characteristics and processes of design are imperative to dealing with wicked problems. The first that I'm going to talk about is the importance of representation and visualization. In a 2013 TED Talk, designer and innovator Tom Wojcik contends that design is the perfect tool that should be utilized to first understand the problem and then develop ideas how to solve it. He initially asked his spectators how they would draw the process of making toast. The process revealed an unexpected outcome about how we communicate, create diagrams, and ultimately what is important to people in varying disciplines. He argues that design uses the same process, breaking down problems into nodes and links, and formulating a rationale to a complex predicament. Design is strategic in the way it conscientiously interrogates and investigates issues, unveiling new perspectives on the topic. When it comes to drawing, it was architects Allen and Pearson who stated, "Drawing is a universal formal language. It's the hieroglyphs of communication. For me, drawing is like talking. It can formulate an idea, explain a thing or a possibility. It's important for me to translate my thinking process into an image." The temporal aspect of the issues surrounding climate change is something a rigorous design approach could contest. Many of the issues surrounding this topic are only beginning to take a physical toll on society, and many around the world have not yet seen or experienced the harrowing consequences of climate change. For some, it is seen as something in the distant future, which doesn't need to be addressed right now, and the idea of attempting to solve a problem that has an element of conjecture is another contributing factor to the wicked messiness of the quandary. Design welcomes messiness with speculation and repetitious processes. essentials that can aid problem solving for the future, where disputably science may lack. Metabolic thinking is paramount for the approach. This will mean thinking in a cyclical, iterative way and beyond denominations of right and wrong. These designs will not be correct or incorrect. Rather, they will be the optimal solution for each specific issue due to impact society in the future. Ultimately, the nature of the issues surrounding climate change will crystallize in the form of multiple shocks and stresses that are constantly changing over time. This further cements climate change as a wicked problem and something that cannot be simply solved by one answer as if it were an equation. Therefore, these issues can be challenged or perhaps even improved through the implementation of a multi-layered design strategy. Multiple design solutions can act as a driving force for each issue. By assessing the individual problem and developing a provocational architectural design outcome. In my research, I am proposing a multi-layered strategy for the island of Ireland. This will include taking cities affected on the island, a climate change problem within that city, developing a rigorous design provocation and reflecting upon the outcome. The following is an example of a design provocation I have developed for Dublin City. This shows a brief insight into how some of the final provocations for the research might look. Dublin is a city in danger. It needs to efficiently and successfully respond to climate change. This provocation proposes decanting the city, a temporal architectural response to sea level rise in Dublin. This is a strategic abandonment and will take place over time. As inundation bleeds in, selected buildings from the city are lifted by hydraulic dollies and floated through the widened River Liffey to New Dublin upon higher ground. Architecture is arguably too slow, and by executing a temporal approach, we can attempt to combat thinking in space and time. This moving city will not be permanent or stagnant, rather it will be flexible and open to change over time. Over time, the city will develop as phototropic architecture to consider the environmental setting, such as light, wind, and rain, one day making up an intricate, conscious ecosystem. This city will not adapt, but morph into a metropolis that can think with its surroundings and ever-changing conditions. It must be remembered that settlement is a relatively new concept for Homo sapiens. Around 12,000 years ago, humans were nomadic, until they decided to cultivate crops and colonize. Ultimately, the decanted city will not solely provoke ingenuities, but it will change how people behave and consume. Capital covetousness will become a thing of the past. People will worship their small catalogue of possessions and focus on a less materialistic quality of life. In history, there have always been shocks and stresses and shifts in societal movements. Architecture constantly concerns itself with said paradigms, as design takes into consideration the wants and needs of people and organizations. Architects must concern themselves with the major shock of climate change. There is ongoing research into the tools and processes of architecture, which contributes to a holistic and open approach to design, information, education, manufacturing, and raw materials. Research by design thinking offers ample help to solve wicked problems in a liberal fashion where you may fail and experiment first. It does so by establishing mindsets and offering tools which save you from the impossible task of finding the single correct approach or the optimal solution. By definition, a wicked problem has to be approached in an open way, one in which there are multiple views of how the world works and various ways of developing new knowledge. Design is existential. We can explore and articulate what can be discovered about situations through design provocations. Ultimately, if designing is the activity that tries to change existing situations into desired ones, then design is a way of finding out how things could be. Thank you.
Sorry.
I can't hear.
Sorry about that. Helene, Rebecca, thank you so much for the presentation. It was such a different way of thinking about the climate change problem. So it threw up a lot of interesting aspects, which hopefully we might have some time to discuss. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so now we have our last presenter. So that's Shane Colclough. So he's going to talk about investment into Irish low energy social housing retrofit. So Shane holds a research position in the area of low energy dwellings in both UCD and Ulster University. In addition to being a principal at the consultancy firm Energy Expertise Limited, he is also active in the not-for-profit sector and is vice chairman of the Passive House Association of Ireland and founding chairman of Near Zero Energy Buildings Ireland. He has authored many papers on the topic of low energy and passive houses and energy storage, in addition to presenting at national and international conferences. He is an experienced consultant and serves in the EU as an expert on energy efficient buildings. And in relation to the performance of buildings, he is a principal investigator on the SEAI funded NZEB 101 project, where he is monitoring the energy and indoor environmental quality of over 100 NZEB dwellings throughout Ireland. So Shane, last but not least, can we give the floor to you?
Very good. Thanks, Aoife. And just well done on bringing together such an eclectic bunch of presentations and presenters.
Sorry, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, super. Well done on bringing together such an eclectic bunch. This morning, presentations were wide-ranging and it was fabulous to see them.
I agree.
This is really from the perspective of it's a scheme that I know well. As I say, I'm monitoring over 100 buildings which are NZEB, and this is a fantastic scheme in that it doesn't have massive architectural merit, but it's a really deep energy retrofit, so much so that it actually complies with the new regulations for NZEB in Ireland. And the question was, could we replicate this? What are the conditions that are needed in order to make sure that other buildings get this deep energy retrofit? And then I thought about it's all about the money. So really, that's what the presentation is about. Similar to Martin, I would just go on too long if I was given the floor. So I recorded the presentation, and if Steve could play it, that'd be great. Hello, my name is Shane Coakley, and I'm going to talk to you now in the next 15 minutes on investment in energy efficiency for a deep energy retrofit project. And I'll talk about how much does it cost, what are the financial benefits, and does it make financial sense to those deciding on the upgrade. I work for Ulster University and also University College Dublin, and this is a project which is being analysed on behalf of Wexford County Council. In terms of the presentation overview, I'll talk about the reasons for the analysis, have a look at the case study specifically, which is a deep energy retrofit project in County Wexford, and then have a look at, in terms of, well, what are the recommendations and conclusions? What does the data say to us? So the reasons for the analysis. Well, the Energy Performance in Buildings Directive requires each member state in the EU to implement near zero energy buildings for new build, and also to implement a retrofit standard for upgrading buildings. And this is in order to hit our key climate change targets. Often, the decision is made based on narrow criteria, but this is really looking at a holistic analysis, because it's not just about the specific project, it's about the wider benefits as well. Does this make sense? Well, you know, if we're to hit our climate change targets, it does. Let's have a look and see how the figures work out. And I'll give you an example of a specific project where energy efficiency has actually been achieved, and I'll give you the figures for that, and you can decide then whether that's cost effective or not. But ultimately, the analysis is about looking at the stakeholders and how they make decisions, and in what way can they be encouraged to do the right thing and be supported financially if necessary. The approach that I took was I quantified each of the benefits, both direct and indirect, and then assigned those to each stakeholder. And the specific case study was the social housing deep energy retrofit project in County Wexford. And this is it. It's 12 units. They're the photographs of the scheme before it was upgraded. It consists of 6 end of terrace houses, 6 mid terrace houses. They're all one bed social housing dwellings, and they're 31 square meters. Before the upgrade, they were pretty bad. They had BERs, building energy ratings, of between Gs and Fs, and their air tightness was between 7 and 9 meters cubed per hour per meter squared. But they were glad of that bad air tightness because there was a lack of ventilation. I've simplified the analysis as much as I could, and indeed this is absolutely a whirlwind tour. I haven't considered tax, haven't considered the time value of money, and also haven't considered social welfare payments in terms of fuel allowances for the tenants. The project consisted of providing external insulation, and before the project, the U value of the walls, the external walls, was 1.8 watts per meter squared Kelvin, and afterwards it was 0.2 watts per meter squared Kelvin. So this was a really significant improvement. And overall, for the scheme, it cost €60,000 to do that external insulation. The attic insulation, moderate improvements, but moderate cost as well. Doors and windows were changed to 0.8 watts per meter squared in terms of an overall U value. Heating was changed from an oil-fired central heating system, or indeed a back boiler with open fire, to a 4 kilowatt heat pump. And this was the most significant cost of €84,000 across the 12 dwellings. And 6 285 watt PV panels were put in, cost of €60,000. And ventilation was changed from that poor natural ventilation through to a demand control ventilation at a cost of €24,000. So you'll see that the total cost was €298,000 plus VAT, leaving €339,000, which was half funded by the Sustainability Energy Authority of Ireland. So the after grant average cost was €12,500 per dwelling. So there are the costs. What about the benefits, both direct and indirect? Well, I had a look at a 15-year planning horizon, and here's the direct benefits and how they work out. So the overall costs, as we say, were €339,000. The heating savings alone over 15 years came in at €215,000. This is based on the building energy rating. And the associated carbon tax savings came in at €74,000 over the 15 years. And Wexford County Council benefit directly by almost €31,000 in terms of reduced maintenance costs, where the oil-fired boiler didn't have to be serviced, but equally fire costs were reduced, which meant that the total costs were €320,000. The total benefits of €320,000 for a total cost of €340,000. So 15-year return on the money is 95% of the investment, and that's fairly significant. So you're nearly getting all of your money back in direct benefits over a 15-year period. So this is attractive. We should do this. But there were lots of other benefits, and the idea is you want to include those. And the principle is it is more correct to provide an estimate rather than ignore these multiple benefits. And the International Energy Agency has an approach for that. So the direct benefits and indirect benefits are represented by this diagram. The direct benefits, which we've quantified already, are the energy savings, the greenhouse gas emissions in terms of the carbon taxes, and also the public budgets in terms of maintaining these dwellings. But in terms of co-benefits or indirect benefits, there's also macroeconomic benefits. So as this project was proceeding, there are benefits to the people actually being employed on that. So this is a benefit to the local economy. But equally, for every €1 saved in heating, that money is reinvested in the local economy by the tenants there. There are health benefits of living in a warm, comfortable, healthy environment, and these are quantified as well. And while the project went on, there were specific employment benefits, but equally, the property is worth a lot more when it's upgraded and is an energy efficient building as opposed to the very energy inefficient buildings that were there before. But here's a list of benefits that aren't considered: climate change, energy security, a really important one now, local air quality, and indeed internal air quality, especially in COVID times. I didn't put a financial figure on comfort and emotional well-being, and equally, because it's a social house scheme, I didn't put a figure on fewer bad debts and void rates. But I did put a figure on the building valuation. So this is the benefit that would accrue to the local authority, in this case Wexford County Council, or indeed any housing association that would pursue a project such as this. And I've included it here just to give you an example of the range which I put into the analysis. So you'll see the benefit is between this and that. For here, I did a literature review, and I estimated that the building valuation would go up by between 6% and 13% based on the literature. And this translated to €6,500 to €16,800 per property. And that's what I used in the analysis. As it turned out, we got an independent local valuation done by a member of the Institute of Auctioneers and Valuers in Ireland. And the increase actually was about €35,000 per property, simply because of the specifics of it. It's really difficult to get a renovated house in this location in the town, and there was a massive premium because people that are elderly, they don't want to have to go through a big project. So that's what it actually came out with. But one of the quotes, not only have the improvement increased the value of the properties, but they seem to have had significantly improved the quality of life of the residents and put extra money in their pockets, is what the auctioneer came up with at the end of it, having viewed and interviewed the people down there. In terms of the specific figures, this is how it works out. There's €339,000 of a direct cost to the local authority and the housing association, and €329,000 in terms of benefits. And those benefits are in energy reduction, carbon tax reduction, and reduced maintenance costs. So the return, as we said, was about 95% of the investment, which meant essentially that the direct costs are recovered over a 15-year period. But there are indirect benefits as well, which encompass health, gross domestic product, and indeed property valuations. And even with the conservative estimate, we saw that they were coming in at least €134,000 of an indirect benefit, but possibly an additional €125,000, meaning that the total indirect benefits came to between €134,000 and €260,000, somewhere between there. And then if you look at the overall, if you just total up the direct and the indirect benefits, the total benefits could accrue to somewhere in the region of €588,000 for a cost of €339,000. So you get a return of between 136% and 173% of your investment. So in conclusion, the project is financially viable. The direct costs are recovered in 15 years, but the total benefits could be, maybe twice the investment. I mean, all of the indirect benefits that we included there were quantified, but we didn't include energy security. We didn't include anything in terms of comfort. We didn't include, there's a whole host of things we didn't include there. So you could even be seeing, benefits of between 100% and 200% if you look at the indirect benefits as well. So it's a good project. We should do it. But how does it work out per stakeholder? The local authority, or indeed the housing association, paid 50% of the upgrade cost because the central exchequer was picking up the remaining 15% or 50%, and they benefit from an increase in the property value, which is a sort of a notional one in that it's not a direct benefit, it's an indirect benefit, but they also benefit from reduced maintenance costs, and we quantify those, and reduced chimney fire costs, which actually can be substantial. And they were financially incentivized, so they got 146,000 in terms of their costs, and the benefits range between 149,000 and 193,000. But they didn't pass any of those benefits on to the tenants. So this is how it looks. For a cost of 146,000, 31,000 of direct benefits, which actually isn't a lot in terms of direct benefits. It's only, a fifth of the cost. But there are substantial indirect benefits here, which are also available. The tenant is delighted. They pay nothing either initially or via increased rent, and benefit from reduced energy costs, reduced carbon levies, increased comfort, better health, and are the sole unencumbered beneficiary to the tune of €289,000 over the 15-year period. So, these vulnerable tenants are really, delighted with this, and they absolutely deserve it. The state pays the most for the upgrade. When you tot up the costs, that's primarily in terms of the grant, but they benefit from reduced carbon emissions penalties under the Paris Agreement, increased GDP, reduced health liabilities, and increased taxes. And the benefits range between 157,000 and 211,000. So they recover most of their costs over the 15-year period. So 193 goes in terms of costs, and the benefits could be between 160,000 and 210,000. So midway, pretty much covering their costs over 15 years. And how does this work out? Let's have a look then from the stakeholders' perspective. The first one here in terms of the state, they're putting in, as we said, 193,000. They get 74,000 direct benefit, but up to 211,000 in terms of total benefits. The tenant is delighted because they only see positives here. They get benefits of €289,000 over 15 years. And the housing association or local authority, they invest 146,000 in hard cash and benefit by between €31,000, which is a direct benefit, and that's their hard cash out. But they also have indirect benefits, primarily in terms of the valuations of the property, which go up to between 83,000 and 110,000 of the indirect benefits. So you'll see, 145,000, 31,000 direct, but potentially, 224,000 in terms of total benefit. And in terms of the decision-making process, the tenant, even though they benefit massively and they want this and they probably need it in terms of their health, they can't influence the decision. There's nothing they can do about this. They're totally at the mercy of the powers that be they the state, the housing association, or the local authority. But what's very clear is the decision maker, which is the housing association or the local authority, really need financial benefits. They're going to invest 150,000, 145,000, and the only direct benefits they see over 15 years is about 2,000 a year, are small. Now, they've got indirect benefits, but they don't benefit to the tune in terms of their budget. So in conclusion, the Deep Energy Retrofit Project, we need to retrofit 50,000 units every year over the next 20 years in order to hit our targets. And that over the next 20 years is 15,000 of these social housing units that need to be retrofitted per annum. They unleash life-changing benefits for the tenant. The direct benefits of the deep energy retrofit cover the costs over a 15-year period, and the indirect benefits add significantly so that you're benefiting by approximately twice the overall costs over 15 years. But the real crux of the matter is that the housing association or local authority enables significant indirect benefits, but have very small direct benefits. The project is better than revenue neutral for the central exchequer, but deep energy retrofit funding is badly needed to unlock all of these multiple benefits. And what's clear is, without the targeted, i.e. self-financing as well, without these targeted incentives, the deep energy retrofit target would not be achieved. It just doesn't make sense for the housing association or the local authority from their own narrow perspective to pursue this, and therefore the multiple benefits accruing to everybody won't be realized. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Shane. That was a really terrific presentation. Thank you. I could actually hear it, which makes a big difference. So I would like to thank all of you for, as Shane picked up, a very eclectic range of presentations. But for me, even though it's very eclectic and very diverse, I believe, our common red thread is that we're all dealing with climate change as a central issue, and we're all looking at different responses to the climate emergency that we find ourselves in. So each of the research focus areas really, for me, has sort of identified sort of key areas that we need to really focus on. So whether, the ultimate goal is to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, and we need to tackle climate change. But we need to, all the range of researchers to contribute to that common goal from their own respective areas of research. So when I was listening to, for example, ANUP's research, it was so exciting and interesting to see, much of the research that has been done in the area of net zero emission has been much more focused on high tech and a little bit more focused on maybe application in developing countries. And so your research is really important because it's really highlighting, the importance of looking at affordable, climate resilient, more low-tech solutions that are really appropriate to that climatic context. And I found that particularly interesting. And I think, for all of us in this group, we can really learn from that approach of looking to the past. And it would be really interesting, to take those sort of prototypes that you've developed and think about also how those could, be applied to, slum housing in India. So a much bigger problem, which potentially has a bigger impact to reduce emissions. So I think that was really terrific. And then, if I hope I can sort of try to capture, the importance of all of your work, because then if I look at the work of, Rebecca and Janet, and, your work is really pointing towards, the importance that if we want to reduce emissions, that we have to also find solutions for the existing building stock, which is, such an important part, especially in European countries. And how do we deal with developing solutions when we can't really, touch perhaps the skin of the building, you have historical preservation. How do you deal with retrofitting when you're trying to deal with energy efficiency? So I just think it was so exciting, to sort of take that neighborhood, a small cluster of building approaches, and I could really start to see parallels actually then with the work being done by Helena and the group on City Exchange, because that whole idea that Helena was and her colleagues about creating or thinking of buildings as prosumers rather than consumers, and the whole approach in City Exchange about sort of creating these energy synergies between buildings could be something that could really be applicable to the work in Paris. I wasn't, because I didn't quite capture if you were you focused on energy efficiency within that block, or was there an energy synergy being created within the block? Rebecca and Janet, sorry. Do you create the renewable energy generation? Was that sort of created slightly off-site? Do you see a potential in creating renewable energy potentially off-site if you can't touch the skin of the building, like you were saying? And then potentially could that allow energy synergies to be created within the buildings where you can't touch it, for example?
I think that, as we pointed out, even in the conclusion, a compensatory approach should be pursued. Even if we think to the approach of Elena, for example, so the synergies between buildings and even activities, agencies, and so on, I would say that it is possible, but it's not enough to just have a look at the scale, because the case study we showed actually point out that it's not obvious to have some general goals, but it's very important to go into details, because into details sometimes these goals can just be stopped because of contingencies. So our position on
because that. I was quite interested in that particular case study, and what you were saying, that, for example, you can't just put PV on a historic building, or you can't just put external insulation because it affects the architecture and the aesthetics of the architecture. But I was just very drawn with what Helen was showing then with the City Exchange, and whether there was a potential to learn from that approach as well, of sort of identifying other areas outside of the actual building project, or a small cluster where you could potentially, those other buildings might lend themselves to renewable energy generation and potentially feed in. I don't know, Helena, had you some thoughts on that? Yeah. Or did you see some parallels there? Or
I was very interested in it, because the big challenge, of course, in the Georgian fabric of Limerick is how do you reduce their or improve the energy performance of the buildings? And at the moment, in fact, within the Positive City Exchange project, there's a proposal for a tidal turbine in the River Shannon, which is being developed as part of the project. So this idea that maybe these kind of more, architectural heritage areas, etc., can negotiate to develop renewable energy sources, which are close by, but not necessarily impacting on the architectural quality of the buildings, is something that we're directly engaging with, as well as doing what we can with the building fabric to reduce its energy consumption and make them more energy efficient.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And that's where you could start to see these parallels or synergies potentially between the projects. And also with Rebecca's presentation and this sort of multi-layered strategy, I mean, do you see any parallels, with the work that Helena was also presenting in terms of, this kind of bottom-down, top-down approach? and having a sort of,
I think Helena's was, for me anyway, it was the one that was most interesting, because the way that she was looking at sort of localizing energy, it obviously creates a more resilient city. And that's something whenever I'm looking at multi-layered strategies, I don't know if you could hear it, the audio wasn't great, but it was an idea of going around the cities of Ireland that are going to be affected, how they're going to be affected, and then coming up with like a provocation for that city. And something that I'm going to be looking at is energy as well. So that kind of solution is probably something that I'm going to be looking into, is what Helena was sort of explaining. So I thought it was brilliant, but also I thought it was very interesting that she talked about the drawing as a method, because that was something that I discussed as well. The importance of drawing, not only for communication, but for like visualizing and documenting your process as well, and coming up with like a methodology. So yeah, I thought like her presentation in particular was for me very interesting.
Yes, and that point that you're touching upon about, especially if you want to engage other stakeholders, you know, that might not have necessarily a scientific background, potentially, you know, the drawing as a medium might be a way to sort of simplify and elicit key concepts to enable them to understand. So I also thought that was very, and I really liked in Janet and in your work as well in Paris, just the way that you were drawing and identifying those different building typologies and the timeline, I thought was very nice. So I also, I mean, it was quite hard to kind of capture everything, but then I also saw some interesting parallels with, you know, with Martin's work being very much focused on, well, identifying, you know, the fact that, you know, you're dealing with a much more, how do you say, separated community in Ireland, and it's a little bit more rural. So therefore the dependency of the car, and how do you resolve that when you're dealing with, you know, for example, net zero, like when we were working with net zero emission neighborhoods, of course, when you're developing a community, you would try to locate those near public transport hubs, and generally you had an opportunity to have more compact or live-work arrangements. So I think it's really interesting with Martin's work then to think, how do you resolve such concepts and approaches in a rural setting where you know, everything's quite far apart, and then there's this reliance on the car, and then the emissions for transport becomes such an important factor. So I think, you know, looking at solutions that can be applied and integrated in rural contexts as well as urban contexts, I think that is also a very interesting balance. You know, like in the Paris project, you have that balance between the historic preservation and sustainability. In another context, we have, how do you resolve the balance between solutions for rural integration versus urban? So again, for me, this was really highlighting another area of that we should be looking at when we're developing climate change. Before I just, sorry, Martin, go ahead.
Aoife, sorry. Just to emphasize, in terms of this being research, and this is the 10th conference in architectural research. And by the time you get to your 20th conference, we'll be at a tipping point. So what we really need to focus in here is on policy, not concepts to a certain extent. We're gone beyond that. We need policy, and we need very firm policy. And Shane has shown quite clearly that there's a financial benefit to be had by doing deep energy retrofits.
Yes, yes.
And that's something that we could instigate right across the country. And I don't know if these conferences lead to a colloquium or a message, but that's really the message that needs to come out of here. We don't need more research. We actually need action.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because that I was going to move on to Shane and, you know, the importance of, you know, the bottom dollar, because effectively, you know, that makes or breaks a project, you know, whether it's economical or not. If we develop solutions that are too expensive, then they won't actually be implemented. So, of course, everything you're saying, you know, we need to implement policy, and at the same time, you know, do we wait for policy because we have this urgent situation now? In parallel, can we actually just take charge of the situation, and in projects, if architects and other stakeholders have the knowledge, we can actually start designing and lighthouse projects, like showing the way and not waiting for policy. So it's almost like I feel the two could go hand in hand. So the more that we're educated, the more that we can share knowledge, we can actually get out there, and in the projects we're developing now, we can showcase the way in parallel to policy being developed, because we need both. I don't know, does anyone else have an opinion?
Can I just come back briefly on that? We do need both. They obviously can go hand in hand, but we're fooling ourselves if we believe that policy is created based on research. It's not. Policy is based on very strong financial structures, which you've just referred to. One of the more interesting things I came across recently was if you actually did a cost-benefit analysis in education, for education, it probably proved that it wasn't economically feasible. And yet we homeschool and we educate our children and we build schools and so on. So likewise, we know that retrofit of buildings is required. We know that renovation of buildings is required. And it doesn't seem to be happening.
Yeah, because it's quite interesting, you know, coming from Norway, where we didn't have the policy, let's say, in place, but the research center was sort of just set up, industry partners were involved. The research, was done first, but then because you had architects involved in the process and other stakeholders, including, you know, the municipality, then we were able to actually just build these pilot projects, which for industry really was invaluable, because they could understand straight away, okay, if I want to do some type of development, this is a way to do it. And immediately by showing built examples, it really helps, you know, to sort of act as a sort of lighthouse on a way forward. You know, because I'm not saying one's wrong or right, I'm just saying we need both. And the worry is if we wait too long for policy, then we won't get the reduction in emissions that we need in a very short time frame. So my call and my message would be, can we sort of really get the knowledge out there? I mean, one way obviously is to our new architects of the future, you know, into the curriculum. We need to have sustainability embedded in the curriculum from year one. But we also need to have, I don't know, it's about sort of visual communication, but, you know, for architects in practice, they have new legislation that they have to deliver on, but it's not necessarily very clear to them what are the key elements of that legislation and how do they actually deliver it in terms of their design. So I think they need design guidance as well to meet the legislation.
Could I maybe come in a wee bit? In my innocence, when I came across the Passive House standard maybe 15 years ago, I thought, this is it, this is the solution. Here we've got very well researched, packaged solution in terms of delivering really low energy. And I thought in my innocence, it's just that people don't know about this. And, you know, and then Martin Murray here founded the Passive House Association of Ireland to promote it. So, you know, sort of myself and Martin and a few colleagues have been doing that. But it's not just about the research, as Martin says, and figuring out how to do it. I really did come to the conclusion it's really about the bottom line. It's about finances.
Yeah,
does this make sense? And unless we can demonstrate that it makes sense, we're at a heighten to nothing, as they say. And that's what led to the research. And it was a very focused piece. But I mean, what it says is you get your direct benefits back in 15 years. But, you know, the real benefit are the multiple benefits. You know, this absolutely transforms people's health. And, you know, talking about that, this was a scheme of low energy houses down in Wexford. And one lady fell out of her bed. She was in her late 70s. And the ambulance crew came the next morning, and they said that had she been in the house before it was done up, as they said, she would have been dead, because it was such a cold, damp house. And now, of course, it's really warm and it's comfortable, and the indoor air quality is very good because the ventilation is built into the strategy. But the problem is, exactly your point, Aoife, we need lighthouse projects. We need to understand that the houses that we have are really poor, but that it shouldn't be like this, that there are other solutions out there that are just as cost effective, but actually are really comfortable. And I'm involved in monitoring, as I say, over 100 NZEB dwellings, social housing. And what's happening now is the visitors to the houses say, I want a house like this as well. Why can't I have a comfortable house that only costs €400 a year to heat for the domestic hot water and the space heating? And now they're putting pressure back on the county council, so that they also want a house that will cost, you know, €400 a year to heat rather than 1,500. So I think we're gathering momentum, maybe. And it's just come back to Martin's point. It's a bit slow. We need to do it now. And based on the analysis that I did down in Wexford, actually it does make financial sense if we look at it holistically to do it now. And that's where an opportunity like this, in terms of the research group, there's a real chance for us to try and effect change through promulgating the knowledge that we have and trying to influence policy.
Well, I would think a wonderful, an opportunity even within this group is when the different papers are put together. I'll check with Kieran what the plan is, but it would be really interesting for us to kind of think collectively, what is the message from our smaller group, you know, identifying these key areas that need to be dealt with really quickly, so that we have a message, at least from this particular group, on what we feel are the priority areas.
I wonder is a common thread that we, you know, it's very important to have these national and European strategies and targets to aim for, but the solutions will be local. And so we need locally adapted frameworks for funding particular building types and the particular mix of building, and to allow them to achieve that target. So I know in Limerick, there's a significant issue around funding retrofits of the older buildings. It simply costs more. You need to use different technologies. You're not going to hit the same targets. I'd be really interested if Shane has done any research on pre-1946 building energy retrofits, because there's a real scramble to try and get knowledge, you know, data on that, to try and develop. We're looking at sustainable investment models as part of our project to allow these retrofits to progress. But it's not just the funding, there's shortages, you know, and so like in Limerick, it would be fantastic if we could get a locally adapted funding mechanism, even to allow us to construct some pilots to understand what the obstacles are, and then roll it out on a broader scale. But I suppose within the project, we're really understanding what those challenges are.
That's a very good point. Okay, I think I'm supposed to be in control of the time here, but I think we should probably wrap this up, but I don't see this as an ending point. I shall find, my homework shall be to find out from Kieran what the plan is, you know, in the compilation of the papers. And I think it would be really nice if we could just sort of collectively have a sort of a way forward. What do we think is important to address from this particular group? So I'd like to thank you all so much. Really, it's absolutely fantastic opportunity to meet you all and also to hear all the wonderful research. So thank you so much. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Well done.
Okay. Take care.
Thanks, Aoife.
Bye.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, hello, welcome. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Welcome back to this afternoon session. I hope you've had a good lunch and are fully equipped with some very strong coffee. We are now in panel 4, having listened to the discussions this morning, really fantastic. So we'll do our best in this session. So welcome to everyone to join us. This is panel 4, and it's called Materials, Means and Media. And my name is Paul Clark. I am Professor of Architectural Design in the University of Ulster. My role as such, I think Kieran and Aoife mentioned that we run the Super Studios, which is the vertical teaching studios, which are research driven across the school. So I run one of those called Waterlands 3. And I also take the overview of all the studios, and I teach into history and theory as well, such aspects of urbanism and cinema and drawing. My own research, because I didn't get a chance this morning to kind of explain that, is really around the basis of drawing. And I run one of the subclusters within the school, which is called, and I have to look down to remind myself, Drawing as Methodology, Making and Media. My studio is called Waterlands 3, and I run one of the architecture subclusters, which is based around concepts of drawing. And we explore what drawing means as a material means, as a kind of exploration of thinking, as a recursive practice, and so on and so forth. So I just didn't get the chance this morning to explain that because we couldn't connect through the channel. So happy to talk about that to anyone else later about that. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to our speakers to this afternoon's session. So we're going to kick off straight into the sessions. And as we go through it, I'll ask each of the speakers to just say hello, and then some of them will be delivering it live and some of them through pre-recorded. So fingers crossed that's working, and thanks to Stephen, our technical wizard, to make sure all of that's working. So let's begin. So the order we're going to do it in this afternoon is first it will be Jake Malone, and he's speaking about the rudimentary wall, followed then by Professor Mark Shield, who's talking about the RT Television Centre in Dublin, followed then by Patrick Brennan, who's talking about bricks and mortar, and then Ryan Johnson, who's talking about digital twins, and then Sarah Mannion, who's interpreting ground. So it's going to be a really fascinating session, having read through all the abstracts, and then we look forward to a good discussion towards the end. So first up is Jake, who's going to speak, Jake Malone. And Jake was born in Dublin in 1996. He's a student at TU, and that's DIT, Dublin School of Architecture, and he's due to complete his MArch programme this January, so good luck with that. He represented the school at the first Polytechnic Alliance Summer School at Lucerne in Switzerland in 2019. His ongoing research since September 2019 has brought him to Berlin in January 2020, so we might need to compare some notes with Gul's excellent presentation earlier on about the club scene or whatever. And he was there to connect with the culture of the Boygruppen housing and self-organised architecture to see what lessons could be learned for future collective housing models in Ireland. And he's currently undertaking research in Irish Cities 2070 alongside RKD and Coady Architects. So over to you, Jake.
Thanks very much, Paul. It's an honour to be here in my living room. I'll just jump straight into it. Okay, can we all see this? Brilliant, okay. Okay, so this paper is actually an excerpt from the dissertation I recently submitted in part fulfillment of the MArch programme in TU Dublin. And it was concerned with the historical and ontological role of walls in the articulation of our built environment. So through a design and research project situated in former East Berlin, it explored tactics to counter social detachment and apathy toward our contemporary urban condition, and aimed to reverse the perception of walls as infrastructure of limitations to infrastructure of opportunities. It was the assertion of this research that by obscuring and expanding the conventional role to counter that of simply demarcation, this encourages active agency in the urban drama and stronger participation in the shaping and sharing of the collective experience of architecture. The methodology involved traditional architectural design methods coupled with exploratory writing, concentrating on the following research question: can a broader spectrum of sociality be managed by an architecture of depth rather than division, one that embeds empathy into its walls and positions inhabitants within a gradation of spatial condition? So a prologue introduces the site and the theoretical framework after an interpretation of Peter Schneider's novella The Wall Jumper and John Cheever's short story The Swimmer. I'm going to skip to analog to discuss wall as living place for the purpose of relevancy today. Sorry, 1 second. So in this particular excerpt, I would look back to when the origin of architecture was brought back to the wall, and the combination of multiple responsibilities resulted in meaningful mass, where structure, function, expression, lining, and environment coalesced into perceptible thickness. Quote, "It is for this reason that after Alberti, the facade would become the most complex part of the building, so much so that it can accommodate and represent all the problems posed by the resolution of the entire construction. So conceived, the facade thus became the result of the confluence of an array of opposed inner and outer stresses that are expressed through the wall's physical support," end quote. Francesco Cacciatore describes how Leon Battista Alberti revitalized the Roman tradition of the superposition of both tectonic and stereotomic construction by expressing tectonic elements such as columns as carved projections from the wall as pilasters. This led to an increasingly invasive experimentalism in Renaissance and Baroque walls, eventually culminating in the discovery of occupiable space within the walls themselves. However, as seen in the plans, occupying the boundary walls of architecture had already been a recurring motif. Robert Francheri refers to the walls as, quote, "the point of change between the meeting of interior and exterior forces of use and space," end quote. He focused in on the concept of poche in, for example, St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, where the mass of the wall was used to mediate the vast change in scales of the interior space of the church to the exterior urban context. Venturi goes on to present the idea of linings, where the internal lining of the wall may deliberately contradict the external lining, thereby creating poche. Whereas in other cases, this separation may manifest into an unattached lining, whereby the inner skin becomes detached from the exterior wall and creates an occupiable space between them, such as private circulation. thereby producing habitable or open pochés. Quote, with Kahn, the wall as the building's boundary ceased to be a passive consequence of the enclosing function or the main place for the mere transmission of purely constructive or representational aspects, and became the most dense and meaningful instance in the spatial experience, end quote. Louis Kahn was a modernist architect who over the course of his career formulated an original vocabulary which at times departed from the modernist pursuit of tectonic lightness and instead brought the traditions of stereotomic depth inspired by his trips to Egypt, Greece, Italy, and Britain into modern applications. His career is a clear example of the iterative process of design research in practice, as very easily identifiable motifs can be traced from primitive realizations to later, more resolved works. His obsession with inhabiting the wall began with the inhabiting and structural elements themselves. Quote, but the column feels strong not inside the column itself, but outside the column, and more the column wants to feel its strength outside and it leaves a hollow inside. More and it becomes conscious of the hollow. And if you magnify this thought, the column gets bigger and bigger, and the periphery gets thinner and thinner, and inside is a court, end quote. Although not his most celebrated work, Kahn himself identifies the Trenton Bathhouse project as a pivotal moment in his exploration for a new architectural vocabulary. Having already coined the famous distinction between servant and served spaces, he adopted his recurring centripetal plan and used the hollow functional columns as interstitial vestibules to the periphery of the main spaces, subtly delineating the passage between them or housing ancillary facilities. After major commissions such as the AIARG Gallery and Richards Medical Center, Kahn would go on to receive many international commissions such as the National Assembly Building and Suhawardhi National Hospital in Dhaka, where to mediate the climatic intensities of heat and light, he would wrap a duplicating wall or ruin around the building, creating a monumental portico within the thickness of the combined perimeter walls. The 18th century architect Claude Nicolas Ledoux often philosophized the significance of porticos as, quote, a space of transition where the individual could regain his social being and the crowd gradually break down into its individual parts. Only a device that could enfold and subsume without destroying individuality, that could act as a foil and a structure for the sharp and intense effects of elements imbued with character, and perhaps even a sublimity of their own, could act as the public and general frame for bringing together private and particular elements, end quote. However, it is the folded wall and play of interplanar window assemblies where Kahn really imbues Heidegger's definition of dwelling. He admits that on a flying visit to some British medieval castles after being in London, he was inspired by the defensive and yet humanistic qualities within their walls. His folded wall motif not only generates virtual thickness, but depending on which lining the window plane is fixed, creates either a sun-shading loggia or a window seat. Quote, in this way, they acquire the character of actual places made available for minimal daily gestures still filled with a deep human meaning. The need to find a place where daily life objects could be stored without requiring too much space, the simple possibility of sitting down, or the idea of having a privileged station from where to look at the surrounding landscape, make these boundary places all but accessory, and rather, in a definition used by Kahn himself, deeply necessary, end quote. When thinking of these places made available by the stereotomic carving out or excavation of space within the wall, Heidegger's definition of space comes to mind. Quote, realm means a place cleared or freed for settlement and lodging. A space is something that has been made room for, namely within a boundary, end quote. If architecture is the cohabitation of space and event, and the product of an interrelation between things, spaces, individuals, and ideas, then these intramural moments are the most intimate of corporeal interactions between building and inhabitant. Just as Semper and Heidegger did, I look to language for clues and traces for enhanced meaning. The etymology of inhabitation begins with a Latin word of habitare, to dwell or reside, taking a shorter stem of haber, to have or consist of, and then habitus, state of being, condition, or appearance. Old French takes the word habit, conduct, dress, and attire. Middle English and modern French simplify this to clothing, while modern English reverts to Latin somewhat, and gives us the most familiar translation of acquired modes of behavior. The only preserved relation to clothing we have today in English is a nun or monk's habit. However, as noted earlier by Semper, that the German word Gewand, the root of wall, literally means garment or vestment. Would this all suggest that by dwelling, we are really wearing the fabric of our built environments? I have so far begun revealing the significance of walls in mediating between the external and internal realm, but what then about their exclusively internal instances? Robin Evans expresses that the wall should be used not only as a divider or a boundary, but actually as a careful tool in the articulation of spatial zones. Quote, if anything is described by an architectural plan, it is the nature of human relationships, since its elements, walls, doors, windows, and stairs, are employed to divide and then selectively reunite inhabited space, end quote. But Ian Borden reminds us of when ulterior motives are deployed. Before reading the next passage, your attention is briefly brought to the recently enacted legislation in Ireland, whereby the sale of alcohol is cordoned off in supermarkets by easily entered gates. Quote, what the Broadgate gates do is less prevent the horizontal movement of the body and more challenge the self-perception of the visitor at the moment they pass through the gate as to whether they are allowed onto the site, but to provoke in their mind as they momentarily pass through the thickness of the edge the questions, should I be here and now? Do I have the right of passage? End of quote. Dougal Sheridan's primary research on the appropriation of space by the squatting subcultures of 1990s Berlin confirms that in the vacuum of territorial instincts, we are all deep down wall jumpers with the mentality of the swimmer. Without explicit territorial codification, the inhabitants are arguably more in tune with each other and equally their appropriated built environment. Quote, the absence of internal locks, potentially something architectonically insignificant, has an enormous effect on the space of these buildings, the resulting fluidity being equivalent to the de-institutionalization of space, where suddenly human judgment, tact, and trust communication must accomplish the job usually done by the physical division of space. The application of locks to individual rooms within the building is usually regarded as an indication of the disintegration of the community, end quote. Another way to look at depth in architecture in this context is territorial depth, being, quote, measured by the number of boundary crossings needed to move from the outer space to the innermost territory, end quote. As primordial wall jumpers, we therefore thrive at walls as more indeterminate spatial mediators along a sequential depth rather than deterministic static delineators. But what exactly are walls mediating spatially? If inhabiting the fringe of building is corporeal dwelling, then inhabiting the complementary centripetal realm is spiritual dwelling. When discussing the open roof at the centre of Cannes Trenton Bathhouse, Cacciatore illustrates that this, quote, makes this central space a sort of metaphor of the spaces that surround it, a place that appears to connect sky and earth, gods and mortals, to use a Heideggerian expression, end quote. But more appropriately, and when there is no opportunity for symbolic roof openings, this liberated central space could be viewed as unscripted or indeterminate. If the fringe contains more individualized intramural events, then this is balanced by a more collective and unmediated space. In Tschumi's terms, then, the inhabitants receive their actions by what is signed into the intramural zone, while the centripetal space receives its meaning from the unscripted actions of its inhabitants. Quote, collective experience is programmed not functionally, but anthropologically into the plan, in the composition of that plan, whereas here common experience is constructed in the fabric, and in the manner in which that plan is realized materially, and that is most evident in the perimeter walls of a building. Collective experience, congregational spaces, and associated plan types structures both intentional and unintentional communities, end quote. Hayduk's Kreuzberg Tower, built in 1988, is arguably 5 distinct towers. 2 semi-public towers house the spiral stairs and lift cores to the rear of the large central tower containing the main living space of each duplex apartment, while 2 smaller towers containing ancillary spaces, measuring only 6 square meters, joined on either side by transparent bridges. This results in a large bedroom, large living room with his and hers balcony, and 4 small functional spaces such as bathroom, kitchen, laundry, and reading room. Residents are reported to feel that menial tasks such as laundry are thus, quote, conveniently detached from the rest of the building, end quote. So the dissertation then goes on to investigate territorial depth by passing 5 residential buildings in Berlin through methods of analysis such as Bill Hillier's space syntax, and concludes that the binary definitions of collective and individual may not suffice for co-housing schemes. Therefore, a broader spectrum of spatial sociality is required, along with the blurring and expansion of the conventional role of walls. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Jake. That was fascinating. There's a lot of topics there, a lot of aspects to what you're presenting about the walls, really. hopefully we can pick up on the next set of discussions. So thank you very much for that. Now I'd like to hand over to Professor Mark Shiel, who's going to present the next paper. And while Mark's just setting up on that, just to say a few words. So Mark is the head of Department of Film Studies at King's College London. He's taught in a series of different places. He's taught in the University of Leicester, Sheffield Hallam, and University College Dublin. His own PhD originally was on radical agendas in the politics of space and American cinema, 1968 to 1974. And he studied English literature and drama studies at Trinity College Dublin. He currently teaches across many different areas, such as in the cinema in the city and film and architecture, which I'd be very interested in discussing at some point. So thank you. Over to Mark.
Thanks, Paul. That's great. I hope you can all see this okay.
Yep, that's great.
PowerPoint and sound is okay. Listen, thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers, you, Paul, and your colleagues for inviting me. I'm enjoying the conference and I'm very glad to be with you all today. You might see me occasionally looking to my left because I have another monitor with my PowerPoint slides, but I'll try and remember to look to you. Today I'm going to talk about a building that is famous in Ireland, the RTE Television Centre, sometimes known as the RTE Donnybrook Studios or Montrose Studios, the headquarters of Ireland's national broadcaster, I'm sure you know, designed by Ronald Tallon of Scott Tallon Walker, inspired by Mies van der Rohe, often cited when talking about that building, and built in its first phase between 1961 and 1963. The centre is well known as an exemplar of high modernist architecture in Ireland and in Dublin, where it played a key role in the modernisation and suburbanisation of the city at a time of rapid growth. I note the suburban context of the RTE Television Centre, which you'll know if you've ever visited Donnybrook or done any study of this building. This aerial view shows the low-density, low-rise context of the site in the 1960s, including the studio buildings in the centre and on the left, surrounded by large amounts of pastoral greenery, but also a large number of cars, indicating the automobile orientation of the site, adjacent to the Stillorgan Road, now the N11, one of the country's first dual carriageways. These stills from an RTE news report of 1963 demonstrate the centre's architectural style. Its unadorned rectilinearity, its extensive use of precast concrete, steel beams, exposed aggregate surfaces, large plate glass windows in aluminum curtain walls, and pilotis, often compared to Mises' Illinois Institute of Technology or a shortened version of his Lakeshore Drive apartments in Chicago or the Seagram building in New York. And by the way, I'll plug the RTE archives if you haven't ever consulted them. They're full of wonderful archive video of architecture and buildings around Ireland throughout many decades. The RTE Television Centre is, of course, notable as one of the most admired of all buildings by Scott Tallon and Walker, the most important proponents of architectural modernism in Ireland, also responsible for the PJ Carroll factory in Dundalk, the restaurant building at UCD Belfield, and the Bank of Ireland headquarters on Baggot Street in Dublin, to name just three examples. All of this has been ably documented and interpreted, especially in recent years, by a number of publications by Gary Boyd, John McLaughlin, Ellen Rowley, Hugh Campbell, and Kevin Donovan, although there's still a lot of documentation and interpretation to do, especially given that Dublin has recently seen a wave of demolitions of notable modernist buildings. This slide shows two important examples that have met opposite fates, indicative of a frequent ambivalence towards modern architecture, a love-hate relationship with it, in which Ireland is not alone, despite modernism having often been promoted by the state, private corporations, and indeed the architectural profession. The recent sumptuously illustrated and authoritative book, Making Belfield, Space and Place at UCD, is evidence of a resurgence of admiration of modern architecture lately, but that appreciation is still sporadic and uneven. One approach, I think, that has not been pursued so far with regard to the RTE Television Centre is to situate it in international trends in media architecture after World War II, an approach I want to pursue here, hoping it can aid appreciation and even preservation of the building for future generations. Most analyses of the centre to date, to the best of my knowledge, have concentrated on its exemplification of A, modern architecture in Ireland, and B, the work of the firm, Scott Tallon and Walker, and it certainly exemplifies both. But comparing it with other kinds of media architecture, with film and television studio buildings internationally, can enhance our understanding by increasing the range of examples we compare it with and allowing us to see media architecture and the studio building as a distinctive type, of which the RTE Television Centre, I think, is a major example. My 2012 monograph, Hollywood Cinema and the Real Los Angeles, was a history of the architecture and planning of Los Angeles movie studios in the first half of the 20th century, when movie studios were often cutting-edge, large-scale, high-profile signature buildings, closely following or setting national and international design trends. The studio buildings of Warner Brothers, RKO, MGM, and Paramount Pictures, for example, were exceptional buildings, not commonplace, industrial, but also highly fantastical and self-consciously symbolic. And their image was widely circulated in films, newsreels, magazines, and postcards. The same cannot quite be said of all television studios, which proliferated in great number after World War II. Some, like the BBC Riverside studios pictured in the top left of this slide, were redevelopments of former movie studios, but as such they were aging, nondescript, factory-like sites with a mishmash of building styles, or no style at all. But as television increased in importance, many cities, in Europe led by government, in the US led by the private sector, developed large purpose-built multifunctional television studios, especially in the 1960s, which was a decade of exceptionally rapid growth and innovation in TV worldwide. This led to many notable structures, some of them a lot bigger than the RTE Television Centre, although across Europe, few were executed in the strictly Miesian style or with the excellence in design of RTE. This is surely partly because many broadcasting centres in British and continental European cities were more centrally located than RTE, in more high-density environments, sometimes with significant high-rise elements, and many, such as the Rise studios in Rome, were soon superseded by larger and even more modern studios in peripheral locations. The idea which I'm suggesting here, that RTE studios were among the most architecturally impressive studios in Europe when they were built, is reinforced, I think, by an RTE News report of 1962, showing an international delegation of television engineers who were flown in from a conference in London on a specially chartered aircraft to inspect and marvel at the new studios, which were apparently not only architecturally, but technologically impressive in their control rooms, editing suites, mixing desks, cameras, and so on. These images remind us that despite the minimalist exterior of the Miesian building, the television studio really is a very specific and very technically complex building type, housing an especially complex range of audiovisual technologies, as well as the usual and often unpredictable messiness and improvisation of the studio floor. And I'm really struck by the exterior calm of the Miesian building and its contrast with the often interior chaos of a working studio on a day-to-day basis. Because of this, while I've so far highlighted television studios in Britain and Europe, I think it's especially instructive to compare the RTE Television Centre with what I personally think is its closest analogy, not a perfect match, but very similar, CBS Television City, the most famous television studio in Los Angeles, a city with which Dublin is not often compared, but which it bears certain resemblances to. Lynn Spiegel, who has analyzed CBS Television City at length, sees it as proof that for US television networks in the 1950s and 60s, quote, modern architectural design was a business strategy, a tool for building corporate success via product differentiation. She explains the prevalence of mid-century modern design among American TV studios as a function of their desire for high cultural legitimacy in the face of prejudice against TV as a low medium, their need to impress government and audiences with forward-looking modernity and technocratic competence, and the then new collaboration of architects, designers, advertisers, and corporations on Madison Avenue, encouraged by the Museum of Modern Art and the International Design Conference at Aspen. Also relevant here is what Reinhold Martin says about post-war corporate American architecture, although he does not analyze television studios as such, but rather the work of Eero Saarinen and Skidmore, Owings and Merrill. For Martin, what he calls the organizational complex of their architecture is a quote-unquote discursive formation, expressing, quote, an organism's social potential, conceived in terms of its ability to organize into complex communications networks, measured as a function of the size of its internal circulatory and communication systems. Martin associated these systems with the post-war rise of US corporations and the military-industrial complex, and advances in the sciences such as systems theory and computing, in an era, the Cold War, which tended towards, quote, the reduction of all biological, technological, and aesthetic input and output to patterns of ones and zeros, unquote. This critique would, I suspect, be pushed even further by Beatriz Colomina and others, for whom post-war American modernism by the late 1960s was discredited by its association with racism, misogyny, and the injustices of the Vietnam War. Ideologically, the modern architecture of RTE and similar buildings in Ireland is usually interpreted not as repressive, but as enabling and relatively progressive in 1960s Ireland, part of the Republic's slow modernization and secularization under Sean Lamass, despite the continuing sway of the Catholic Church. Internationally, however, architectural modernism was increasingly questioned and challenged in the 60s, as I'm sure you may know. And the growing critique of it was nowhere more evident than in cinema, where many famous directors and films used modern buildings or modernist set design to critique modernism and its oppressive or even totalitarian tendencies. But there was a difference between cinematic and television attitudes to modern architecture, which I'm still unpacking in my research. In general, television at the time, on both sides of the Atlantic, tended to be more admiring of modern architecture, while cinema was more in tune with resistance to it, especially to high-rise modern buildings. For example, in my 2018 book, Architectures of Revolt, the Cinematic City circa 1968, I link cinematic critiques of modern architecture to the resistance that met the construction of the Pan Am building in Manhattan, and which was an important driver of the movement for more livable cities that sprang up around Jane Jacobs. Unfortunately, there was little cinematic representation of Irish cities in the 1960s, and on television it was a mixed bag. RTE produced a number of interesting TV news reports on modern buildings, for example, a report on Liberty Hall in 1964, which is easily available online. And its most successful drama of the era, Talca Row, was set in inner city Dublin, a soap opera, but largely filmed on studio sets, while its subsequent hit show, The Reardons, was set entirely in the countryside. Excuse the simple schematic opposition of imagery. This is an area where I'm planning to do much more research. Public resistance and media critiques of modern architecture did emerge in Ireland, of course, but perhaps a little later, roughly speaking, than in the US or in the rest of Europe. For example, of course, in the opposition to the construction of Dublin City Council offices on Wood Quay in 1980. Forgive me. My last one. My research on RTE Television Centre is still at an early stage, but I hope I've started to show you that situating its architecture and planning in international trends in media architecture can further enhance our appreciation of the buildings and the site and the value we place on them. I note that Docomomo and Antashka called for the RTE Television Centre to be added to the Register of Protected Structures in April 2019, but since, to the best of my knowledge, that has yet to be confirmed. RTE suffers from constant underfunding. It has been unable to invest significantly in the site for some time, recently closed its studios in Cork, and in 2018 was forced to sell about 1/5 of its Donnybrook site, 8.5 acres, to developers who paid 108 million euros. Most of the recent demolitions of modernist buildings in Dublin, which I briefly referred to earlier, have taken place in the city centre. But some previously low-rise, low-density Dublin suburbs have been subject to recent rapid densification, including demolition and new construction. For example, Dundrum, Leopardstown, and Cherrywood. Producing a rounded history and appreciation of the RTE Television Centre can therefore, I think, aid both an architectural preservation agenda and calls for proper funding for public service broadcasting. In Los Angeles, by contrast, CBS Television Centre, which I referred to momentarily, has been included in the City of Los Angeles Register of Historical Cultural Monuments since 2018. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That was absolutely fascinating. It's just, again, we'll pick this up in the later discussions, but somehow those different perspectives of how we see modernity and how we see it through the history of architecture and how we see it cinematically, or the imagery of cinema, is actually a really interesting critique of how they're in phase or out of phase. So I really look forward to coming back to that when we get into the next section. But thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was an excellent presentation. So next up is Patrick Brennan, and he's going to speak on the topic of bricks and mortar. And just while Patrick's doing that, just to say, so Patrick's a recent graduate of architecture from Technology University of Dublin, DIT as I keep calling it, where he investigated the relationship between pattern and interpretation as part of his final year thesis, Continuity in Errors. He's currently working on Brexit-related infrastructure. Well, that's a good one. And if you figure that out, can you tell us, because we might actually need it here. And that's through the Office of Public Works as part of their graduate program. He's working towards completing his professional diploma in architectural practice, and he's got a very keen interest in photography, writing, and the intersection of architecture and digital environments. So over to you, Patrick.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks for the introduction. So today I'm going to discuss design and production of virtual environments and outline how that might be influenced and enhanced by the field of architecture. I'm going to start by briefly discussing the physical manifestations of these seemingly incorporeal digital worlds and the problem with framing virtual space as either entertainment or tool. Following this, I'll outline how architectural knowledge has already been applied to this emerging virtual field and the challenges and opportunities associated with designing for and in these spaces. Finally, I'll give an overview of the social aspect of digital experiences, asking if the architect is well equipped to design spaces conducive to these different types of interactions. So the extent to which virtual environments impact our real ones is difficult to quantify. Before this, we should probably ask, is it even possible to distinguish between the two? The question recently formed the basis to Ireland's entry into last year's postponed Venice Biennale. The research undertaken by the collective Annex argues that they can't be distinguished. Alan Butler, a member of Annex, contends that the real and the so-called simulation are not only interchangeable, but utterly entangled. He talks about the artifacts, objects, and installations that emerge into the material world from his explorations in the virtual. Developing technologies like photogrammetry and 3D printing muddles the line between these realities even further, allowing objects and environments to seamlessly flow from one form to the other. So here's an example of this in the filming of The Mandalorian. So some sets were constructed at a smaller scale as physical models, scanned and edited as digital models, and projected onto curved screens surrounding the actors. Similarly, objects originally constructed as only digital models for the background had to be materialized physically when it was decided to move the action further into these sets. So while an empirical distinction between these realities proves elusive, for our purposes, it's important to talk about the architect's involvement in the production of one over the other. So we'll define the virtual as the environment that requires an interface, like monitors, VR headsets, and computers to interact with. Still, through this lens, the seemingly ephemeral virtual environment has had a significant impact on our physical surroundings. From the bricks and mortars that surrounded primitive virtual environments housed in clunky arcade machines, to the extensive material extraction and energy consumption required by data centers, which now form the physical location of millions of shared environments. The rapid growth of the data center in particular has sparked a fascination in the architectural discipline. The data center finally presents us with a physical manifestation of our data-saturated culture, a new typology that architecture can position and understand in relation to the history of all types. Donal Lally of Annex argues that insufficient architectural research has gone into this new typology. However, I would argue much less attention has been given to the virtual environments housed within these structures. So our interactions with these environments have also had a more subtle external effect. They frame our perceptions of the built environment. Lecturer in human geography Ollie Mould links the dystopian urban environments depicted in the scroll and beat 'em up genre, prevalent in the 80s and 90s, with a neoliberal position about the decline of the US inner city, the vilification of its inhabitants, and a promotion of zero-tolerance policing. These games strengthened a stereotypical narrative of the time and was for some their first experience of urban life. It would be remiss not to mention the influence of geospatial mapping and its application in augmented reality when discussing the psychological ramifications of the virtual. For better or for worse, tools like Google Maps have become an integral part of how we experience our built environments. By suggesting places to go and how we should get there, these technologies and the resulting implementation in AR experiences have unprecedented control in shaping our perspective of the built environment. The examples of Google Maps and Pokemon Go also highlight the difficulty in framing environments as either entertainment or tool. Up to this point, the architectural profession has mostly seen virtual environments through this latter frame. The virtual models made with three-dimensional drafting tools like SketchUp or Revit have long been used for the representation, design, and management of real-world architecture. They serve as digital reflections of a proposed physical future, their uninhabited nature stopping them from achieving the status of architecture. But let's imagine for a moment the ontological transformations that occur when these virtual models become inhabited, when its inhabitants are granted agency, when they become places where people work, research, learn, create, and socialize. The dichotomy of entertainment and tool breaks down as these spaces develop to have value in and of themselves and in relation to the physical world at large. So numerous experiences demonstrate the problem with this binary condition of tool and entertainment. Assassin's Creed, a franchise primarily about elaborate stealth assassinations in realistic historical settings, has begun to use the historical accuracy of their environments as tools for educators. Indeed, the virtue has many forms of pedagogical value. Game studio lead Hannah Nicklin locates the value of video game spaces in their ability to improve systems literacy, increasing critical awareness of the complex systems interacted with in the physical world. Minecraft, a simple block building game, has been used for numerous ends. This includes the UN Block by Block project, which uses the intuitive modeling tools and collaborative multiplayer function to engage the public in the design of their shared spaces. In conclusion, locating the value in virtual environments doesn't benefit from a reductive framing of tool and entertainment. So how can architectural knowledge be applied to the production of virtual space? The truth is that this knowledge has already influenced the course of this embryonic digital history. The history of architecture has long been a source for video game developers to plunder in search of an aesthetic to match their chosen narrative. The application of these minutely altered styles brought with them the implication of history, which is important for establishing a degree of believability in a medium in which the viewer has agency to explore and inspect their surroundings. The fictionalizing of an environment's history is an area in which architectural practice can contribute to by subtler means. Architectural knowledge regarding the effects of context on the formation of built structures, the weathering of materials, and constructional detailing can grant a richer authenticity to these environments, making them more engaging spaces. Probably the most successful application of this type of knowledge is in the world of The Witness, a 2016 puzzle game designed with the help of architects and landscape architects. Set on a fictional island with a variety of ecological and architectural systems, the player is free to explore at their own pace, opening up different sections of the island by completing context-related puzzles on panels littered across the landscape. Deanna Van Buren, an architect involved in the project, describes the process by which these virtual environments are produced. In this instance, it was important for the architects to set up a series of temporal, physical, and institutional constraints in order to design a narratively rich world. A history of 3 consecutive civilizations and the geological makeup of the islands was produced. From this, the positioning, orientation, materials, and construction of built structures could be determined within a realistic context. This architectural insight comes together to form a layered virtual environment that is ultimately an engaging space to read as the player moves through it. Another confluence between architectural knowledge and the production of virtual space is in the manipulation of spatial rhythms to elicit specific emotions. In a recent MIT talk, Derek Ham discusses how he utilized this part of his architectural education when producing the VR experience I'm a Man. The project focuses on portraying the assassination of Dr. Luther King in Memphis through the lens of the sanitation workers' strike. While Ham acknowledges the utility of his architectural skill set in surveying and translating the physical reality of these historical spaces, it was his spatial intelligence that aided him in controlling the emotional flow of the experience. Through variations in levels of interiority, heights of the viewer, and widths and heights of spaces, combined with lighting and sound variations, I'm a Man's virtual environment creates a spatial language to tell an emotional story about a pivotal moment in the civil rights movement in America. These are just 2 examples of how the application of architectural knowledge can benefit the production of these environments. But the production of physical and virtual architecture overlaps in several other ways. Both rely on an understanding of the interdependency of systems and of the benefits of collaborative multidisciplinary work. They both deploy similar design development processes and tools, valuing the ability to work conceptually, iteratively, and critically. And they're both concerned with designing environments around the experience and needs of the users. So while these 2 forms of spatial production often align, what are the differences in how digital and physical environments are designed and produced? What is gained and lost in the translation of the physical to the virtual? And what are the new possibilities for new types of interactions and new spatial relations? Even discounting the huge ontological differences between objects and their production, the very nature of virtual design is expanded to a transcendental level when set against physical design. The most open of briefs in the physical world will still imply a set of constraints. Design will reside in reality with definite rules about gravity, the way in which things collide, and how spaces connect. When designing for the virtual, every decision must be considered. One is not only designing the spaces or objects to be experienced, but also their rules of engagement, how the user moves through them and interacts with them. This, of course, is not to say that the production of these spaces is without constraint. What can exist virtually is always restricted by the tools they're experienced through and produced with. This lack of contextual constraints has led designers to primarily design their virtual environments in the image of their physical ones. Constraints are imported from the reality in which everything else has been designed. This translation allows the virtual to be more easily understood by the designer and the user. However, even within these simulations, inherent discrepancies between experiences in these two realities exist. Advancements in VR technology have bridged this gap of abstraction, but the virtual is still far from capable of simulating all facets of physical experience. Hugh Davies' recent research into the representation of Hong Kong in video games explores the relationship between the one physical Hong Kong and the over 150 virtual Hong Kongs, describing a slippage between these realities. While walking through the physical city, Davies was struck by something that his virtual excursions hadn't been able to replicate: the city's undulating microclimates. It would seem that the virtual is ill-equipped to simulate the oppressive heat and humidity of Hong Kong on a summer's day. The medium relies on the visual and auditory to recreate a world that is experienced primarily through the eyes and ears, but slippages like temperature, smell, and tactility impede a perfect reconstruction. The translation will also be muffled by changes in how space is experienced and the change of primary activity in the space. Hubert Caravo, a computer artist working to translate a dystopian version of Prague into the game Deus Ex, indicates this problem when describing the challenge of designing an extremely dense, narrative-driven, and gameplay-heavy environment while trying to stay as close as possible to real-life architectural constraints. Balancing these objectives results in anomalies that permeate the virtual world. For example, the requirement of incorporating a cover system behind almost all game objects and a third-person camera results in all doors being 1.4 meters wide with 1 meter clear either side, and hallways being 3.5 meters wide. This obviously leads to much larger interiors than their real-life counterparts. The exteriors, on the other hand, are not as limited by these constraints, meaning that realistic external facades are disconnected from their layouts within. This spatial deceit recalls the design of the triple dome in St. Paul's Cathedral. Designed with both an inner and outer hemispherical dome in the classical style, the middle dome is a structurally superior catenary form, holding much of the structure's weight while remaining hidden, preserving the classical appearance. This concealed use of technological advances in service of maintaining the appearance of a preceding technology is similar to the spatial incongruency of Deus Ex. But what are the architectural consequences when this spatial incongruency is embraced? When the virtual accepts its ability to present new spatial dynamics not possible in physical reality? If St. Paul's concealed the catenary dome, what is this analogy's virtual equivalent to the Sagrada Familia? We can see this type of thinking in certain virtual environments. Puzzle games such as Portal embed the idea of spaces connecting irregularly into its main mechanic, changing the way space is experienced and thought of. Similarly, the game Hyperbolica allows the user to forego our Euclidean reality and experience what it would be like to live in hyperbolic space, while games like Superliminal and Antichamber subvert our expectations about how both space and objects operate. As these possibilities continue to be explored, architects are in a unique position to suggest new meaningful types of interaction and investigate these new spatial frontiers. While architectural insight has huge potential to contribute to this spatially experimental phase, it probably has a greater capability to contribute to how these spaces are occupied collectively. The design and production of real-world architecture is largely based on how different individuals and groups will inhabit and use space simultaneously, and the potential these intersecting complexities present. As our physical spaces have contracted over the past year, how might virtual space be designed and constructed to maintain and add to this pivotal part of human experience? For a large portion of digital history, a virtual space existed as isolated instances across our physical world, inhabited by disconnected individuals with agency to explore and push against its boundaries, but without the ability to interact with and affect these other instances. This is not to say that these environments lacked a social aspect. This aspect just existed around these spaces rather than within them. The extent of this proliferation of individual virtual environments can be difficult to visualize. Deanna Van Bern from the aforementioned Witness game notes that more people experience the virtual environment they created than will ever experience their entire physical design output. With the number of people involved in this engagement, communities often form around them, being discussed and analysed critically. These communities often grow around an appropriation of these spaces. Groups such as the speedrunning community engage intimately with these environments, their spatial relations and mechanics. Architecture is concerned with the appropriation of our physical built environment is not dissimilar. Virtual appropriation has only grown with the introduction of servers, allowing these spaces to be shared and experienced by multiple people simultaneously across vast physical distances. Increased sociability has also widened the scope of how the virtual is experienced. Users are now encouraged to engage with the environment by much more creative means. Titles like Minecraft and Animal Crossing center their experiences on the co-creation and sharing of a virtually built world. And many titles now include comprehensive in-game photography tools, expanding the ways in which these environments are engaged with. The field studying this intersection between our social nature and virtual spaces is sizable, interdisciplinary, and continually evolving. The architectural profession and its acquired knowledge have the capacity to contribute to this discussion in a meaningful and critical way, and should not dismiss it to confine itself only to the tactile. The virtual represents a significant opportunity for the development of architectural research and understanding, an opportunity that I hope is not missed. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. That was really excellent. I mean, we're moving along at a cracking pace just now, rich in ideas and thoughts. And I just immediately that concept of the triple dome as this connection between the digital and the analog has got me kind of buzzing with just how that might be thought through. So thank you. That was really excellent. Again, I'm really looking forward to the concluding session where we can try and thrash some of these ideas out. So thank you very much for that, Patrick. Next on is Ryan Johnson, who's going to speak about digital twins. And Ryan is a PhD researcher focusing on the use of immersive and visual technologies as communication tools for the built environment, and net zero with Ulster University School of Architecture. Ryan specializes in the use of location intelligence tools and data, skills to use in his previous role as a senior technologist with Connected Places Catapult to support projects in intelligent mobility and smart city solutions such as digital twins for the safe development of connected and autonomous vehicles and national scale mobile phone data analysis. Ryan's passionate interest for the interaction between the built and natural world from earlier studies of geography at Ulster has led to focused curiosity of how a holistic approach can be used to create positive real-world solutions. So, over to you, Ryan.
Okay. I think there's a pre-recorded one. If we're
yes, yep. I think Stephen's going to do that now.
Hello everyone, my name is Ryan Johnson and I'm here today to speak about some of the research I've supported in the past around digital twins. Some of my contact information is on screen and will also be available at the end should you wish to reach out with any questions. Very briefly, some of my background that has brought me here today. I've completed a degree in geography and the Geographic Information Systems Masters, both with Ulster University, as well as having spent time working for several government organisations such as Land and Property Services and Ordnance Survey within Northern Ireland, before joining Transport Systems Catapult in 2015. From there, my work with geographic data was used to support various innovation projects around drones, mobility as a service, mobile phone tracking, and most notably, self-driving cars, or CAVs, short for Connected Autonomous Vehicles. During these projects, the demand for three-dimensional data would often come up, and speaking with colleagues from game development and CAD backgrounds, as well as various built environment startups, I started to discover that there was an incredible set and resource of tools available for visualization, but which often lacked the scale, data and accuracy of GIS. That the ability then to combine both would allow the removal of the artistic impression in certain cases and move towards visually impressive recreations of the real world and into the realm of digital twins. Before covering the paper, I would like to set the background with three terms: digital twin, serious gaming and geospatial. So, what is a digital twin? And to be honest, it's something that's becoming more and more of a buzzword, used in various proposals and LinkedIn articles, and I'm sure many of you listening to this are familiar with the term in some capacity. For those of you that haven't come across it, digital twin is a complete digital version of an aspect of something in the real world. Often is associated with a three-dimensional model, like the purposes of today's paper. However, certain industries may use the term without a 3D component, such as logistics, supply chains, finance, health, and complex social media profiles of users. creating advanced digital versions of a person's personality. But sticking with the three-dimensional aspect, it can be applied to machinery, devices, and scaled to entire cities. Often the purpose is communication, simulation, and cost saving through risk mitigation. For architecture and infrastructure, you will find digital twins as a component within BIM, building information modeling, or better information management, as sometimes BIM may not always refer to a traditional building, it may refer to something such as a bridge. Looking at examples on the slide, you can see a digital recreation of the O2 Arena in London created from open source aerial LiDAR data, along with nighttime imagery, a terrain model in the bottom right hand corner, as well as a photogrammetric model of a rock created from a series of photos that can be layered together to create a three-dimensional model that also includes layered textures that can be used in everything from education to multi-million-pound motion pictures, as well as more traditional CAD style models. Serious gaming. Serious gaming usually refers to some aspect of simulation and is not to be confused with a traditional sense of video games. We're not talking about Pac-Man, but the technology today, the line between the two is becoming more and more blurred, and rightly so. Whenever we think the fact that the entertainment gaming industry is worth over $200 billion per year, which has led to many significant developments in software, hardware, and as well as training materials. Serious gaming covers real-world uses and applications, serious applications such as defense and urban simulations of how things might be without the cost or risks of actually testing them in the real world. An easy reference is the flight simulator technology that has been used to support and supplement the training of civil and defense pilots for decades. Data and that tied to the real world is crucial and makes our digital twin very important to make simulations as real and as accurate as they possibly can be, even if at times they might not look like it. This cartoon example on the bottom comes from Improbable that leverages complex distributed computing to run simulations at an incredible scale, which can then be populated by agents, buildings, and in this case trees, and assign various properties, in this case properties of combustion and ash, and effectively what's happening here is a simulation of a forest fire, which level of accuracy and detail is very much dependent on the data available, but can be scaled as such. And finally, geospatial, and this is the part of the tie that helps make it to tie together real-world information. It's also linked to my background in geographic information systems, an industry that has decades of experience capturing aspects of the natural world, the man-made world, and demographics of people such as ourselves, and communicating this information to support decision-making and scientific discovery. Ultimately, when adding the term geospatial to something, we're talking about coordinates, and knowing with a relative degree of certainty where something is on the Earth's surface, as well as its scale, which is useful if you wanted to perhaps recreate a city or have people digitally interact with their location, playing around as a part of that interaction, such as urban technologies from Esri, from Mapbox, from Cesium, that are all creating various sets of API to be able to create this link between geospatial and various game engines to be able to rapidly create digital twins based on real-world accurate geographic data. This leads us then to the digital paper produced by myself and former colleagues from Connected Places Catapult as a part of the multi-million-pound Human Drive project. Human Drive was one of the UK's early flagship projects for real-world deployment of cabs on UK roads. 30 months of effort resulted in the successful deployment of an autonomous Nissan Leaf, completing 230 miles across the UK, breaking the record for the longest and most complex cab journey within the UK. A key feature of the project's research was to understand what makes a good driver in terms of reaction and driving behaviour in order to create a reference of good driving behaviour that could be used to teach the cab's AI. And I'd like to note and thank Innovate UK for funding the project, and our many project collaborators shown here, such as Nissan and Hitachi, who were vital in delivering the work. And so continuing on, I'd also like to note and thank my two co-authors to the paper that were involved with the work also, Kai Field, our Unity software specialist, and Michael Calver, our 3D specialist.
By one of the project managers that sort of said, look, we have this problem. We've went out and captured this big LiDAR data set to create like a digital twin version of the environment to test it with some of the other data. But the data is too big for what we're trying to do. And I said, okay, well, what are you trying to do? And effectively, they had two members of staff sitting down trying to manually craft and recreate the entire point cloud from hand. I was like, right, okay, then I might be able to do something with that. And we spent about a day looking at different options with the tools that we had access to. And we had two requirements. One was for the safety team and one was for the humans factors team, looking at being able to analyze some of the data for them. 62 gigabytes and around 20 millimeters of accuracy. So how do we store it? How do we process it? How do we start working with this? Across the three kind of sample areas. And we had one test area, which was around 1 mile, the full loop area, which is 17 miles, and a kind of high fidelity box area, which is around 5 miles from Cranfield University down to Junction 14. And what we ended up coming up with was this workflow where we would effectively take the LiDAR data, not stop the existing members of the team working on their creating their models and their assets and things, but we said, right, okay, well, we'll take some of that, we'll put it into the GIS systems, using a combination of Esri technology and open source things like QGIS within and then process that, pass it over then into Postgres, PostGIS for additional data analysis and storage. Project managers instantly very satisfied because they could start to see some of the data, start to see some map outputs, and start to get exports, either CSVs or Excel files that they could start to interrogate and play around with, and then create this connection from the database to Unity. So one of the game engines we mentioned earlier that could then provide the positioning and accuracy from the point cloud, and then provide the models from 3ds Max. So think of trees or lampposts. We were able to identify the lampposts and keep their positional accuracy, and then the guys here would then create a very good looking lamppost effectively, and then we could switch out the position and then create these environments at scale at a low cost from the data. And then finally we could then add in third-party data, things like weather and stuff as well, to create dynamic based effects. So we would break the 62 gigabytes down into around 12 separate files, and then for some of the safety features as well, we created segments every 5 meters along the route at 25 meters either side, so effectively 50-meter cross sections every 5 meters that we were able to do to pull out some of the height profiles. This is some of the examples of the point cloud itself, and then effectively this is what we ended up with. So we processed the data and processed it from a vector point into a raster, pulling out some of the data that was incorporated in the point files and whenever at their point of capture. So things like minimum height, maximum height, point intensity, RGB data from the imagery as well. And we started to produce what would almost be described as kind of drone style footage or satellite imagery kind of thing from the three-dimensional terrestrial point cloud, using raster based analysis to identify features. And you can see here very easily, you can identify from the data things like the lampposts. Using point density, we were able to identify the center point of the post of the lamp, and then using point deepest point calculation, we were then able to find the center of the lamp itself, and then some additional calculations to kind of figure out kind of orientation and position. So all of that information for the point from all of the point cloud is then simplified down to a single line of text, so the point and the orientation and the distance. And then that's an example there of the 50-meter cross sections that we did to create the profile. So if I go back one slide, what we're trying to do here is to take our data from very large millimeter accuracy down to medium. We do lose our millimeter accuracy and then to centimeter level, but we kind of determined at the time with the safety team that that was suitable enough. And we're reducing our complexity way down. And you can kind of see here through one of the profiles there, sort of like the height bump there of the lamppost. So ultimately, we're reducing our complexity, but increasing at the same time our insight and understanding of the data through rasterization of that and being able to pull out different features. Now, this was done in a short period of time with the tools that we had available, but there is a lot more work that's been done in the couple of years since then, particularly around computer vision and deep learning, which we believed at the time was one of the areas of expansion for research and certainly worth looking at should anybody be interested. Some of the other assets we were able to pull out of the data and using similar techniques was the position of the curb and heights, so position, curb heights and position, and then the safety guys were very interested in us combining it with other data from the vehicle, which contains GPS data and other onboard sensor information from the vehicle, which they were very, very keen to do. And as soon as we said, well, as long as you've got the GPS position and we can correct it, we can put all that together. And it was almost magic, like some of these teams that weren't familiar with GIS or spatial technology. So this is some of the information from the 3ds Max guys. You can see here them measuring, trying to create some of the environment stuff and measuring the heights on a manual basis, which was not very appropriate. However, whenever they processed it, you can start to pull this into the simulation environment. And then finally, whenever it's all put together, this is what you're left with, which is kind of a high fidelity, high accuracy model that you can use as your simulation test bed, including the position of cones and even knocked over bollards and signs that we were able to pull out from the data. And then you can add in your various rendering for weather features as well. This data was then incorporated with, as I mentioned before, trial data. So we had 25 to 30 drivers that went out and did the 17-mile route. And that data was collected to try and understand what makes a good human driver. And then the information from that was filtered down to then feed into one of the project partners.
Within this tool here, that was allowed that information to be overlaid across our digital twin environment and allowed it to be able to interact with it effectively across various features. And this allowed both the human factors and the safety teams to be able to interact with that data, to replay it, and to be able to engage in it in a way that they would not have been able to otherwise. And you can also see here some digital twins of the Nissan Leaf that were used for rendering within the environment as well. And also, for anyone that might be interested, I've included some useful references if anyone wants to grab a screenshot or take a note of those later, including kind of software packages. I'd highly recommend looking at the likes of Unity and Unreal as some of the creative engines to be able to render and interact with some of digital twin based data sets. And finally, thank you for your time and attention today. Attached there is some of my contact information, email and LinkedIn, and I'll also be available now for any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. That was fascinating. Now I know what a digital twin is, and I was starting to imagine surrounding myself by digital twins. What a terrible thought! But that's kind of really fascinating, and it struck me the nature of the complexity of the world that we live in. And we only really begin to know that when we start to somehow gather data or information to somehow replicate it. And that, again, is a really interesting conversation about both you've laid out some of the mechanisms and how the way you've gone about it, but it's quite interesting that will definitely become part of our conversation at the end. So thank you for that. That was
absolutely, and I'm happy to add a few more comments in at the end today in a more architectural based context as well, if anybody has any questions as well at the end.
That would be great. Thank you, Ryan. That's excellent. As I say, we're doing really well, and I'm really keen that we've got plenty of time to have a good debate and discussion at the end. So we will crack on with our excellent timekeeping. I don't get to put into practice my obsessive Scottish timekeeping, so you're all doing brilliantly well. So next up is Sarah, and Sarah is going to talk about sharing ground as her topic. Sarah is an MLIA registered architect and has practiced architecture in Sydney and Dublin. She holds a Bachelor of Architecture from the School of Architecture, University of Limerick, Seoul, and a professional diploma from UCD Dublin. Sarah is strongly engaged in academic aspects of architecture, including research, writing, presentations, and publications. She is the winner of the inaugural Architecture Ireland Student Writing Prize. Well done on that. And has her work featured in various publications, including Architecture Ireland, Building Material, and Ground Rules in Humanitarian Design. She has presented research at recent AIARG All Ireland Architecture Research Conferences. Among her research interests are architecture and practice, design, travel, history, archaeology, landscape. This is a terrific list. Fiction, drawing, that's good. Maybe we'll have a talk about that afterwards. Sarah is currently working as a joint editor in a book documenting the work produced by former architecture students during photography elective modules that were previously held at Seoul. So, Sarah, over to you.
That's great. Thanks for the introduction, Paul. I believe there's a pre-recorded presentation.
Yep, and that will be set up by Stephen now, hopefully, to run.
Great. This presentation will position the theme of sharing ground propinquity in relation to architecture by the discipline's close association with the imagination, with a particular focus on how the processes and products of interdisciplinary exchange can be assumed into architectural practice. Namely, this presentation will take the form of an appraisal of how the imagination is employed by different disciplines in terms of process and representation, and will consider how the findings from that assessment can be shared with architects in order to advance architectural practice. Given this position, when referring to other disciplines within the context of this research, some disciplines may prove more useful to the architect than others, specifically those that actively engage the imagination. Therefore, other creative disciplines will be of particular interest, as there exist shared processes and methods of representation. Some such disciplines include art, literature, poetry, video game design, sculpture, and photography, among others. Some of these will later be categorized as disciplines whose outputs are written or oral, visual or static, and moving or involving motion. Firstly, it is necessary to define the term interdisciplinary exchange in relation to this research position. In this context, the term will be used to refer to the sharing of information between different fields of study that engage the imagination, particularly in relation to process and representation. This research position proposes that there is a standard cycle that can be followed by the architect, or indeed by the protagonist of any other creative discipline, in order to delve into the processes and methods of representation of another area of study. It follows that this cyclical activity can be broken down into a set of detailed actions to encounter, process, experience, record, interpret, represent, and reflect, steps that must be followed linearly but are repeatable as a unit. To put this cycle into practice, an architect would first encounter or re-encounter a subject which is not strictly related to architecture, writing fiction for example. The architect would then actively consider the subject as one that could be useful to architecture, would experience the activity for himself or herself, which in this case would be to have a go at writing fiction, would record any useful observations or processes, would interpret the other discipline in relation to architecture, and would finally use the findings from the process at a later stage by representing them in the architect's own work. Having contextualized interdisciplinary exchange, it follows that the term ground must also be defined. It is then particularly appropriate to examine two specific and disparate interpretations, or biased definitions if you like, of the term ground within the context of architecture and other creative disciplines. Interpreting ground within an interdisciplinary context as a concept with both tangible and intangible aspects that can be consumed and reused by the architect using the aforementioned cyclical tool, the capacity of the imagination as a placemaking and representational tool can be assessed in both senses of the term. This stance acknowledges how, firstly, ground can be taken to represent an aspect of a tangible physical, virtual, or fictional place that can be shared in the most real sense possible, where people gain shared experiences through being in the same places or through the consumption of common literature, images, games, and so forth. Many of these have their own fictional universes or settings, or virtual worlds, the design and representation of which should prove of use and of interest to the architect. Because place is a tangible interpretation of ground, it largely concerns representation. While there is generally no template for designing, creative outputs and methods of representation are commonly reused. As mentioned earlier, a number of creative disciplines will now be examined in terms of their outputs, specifically examples of placemaking, whether those be written or oral, visual or static, and moving or involving motion. Literature is one discipline, the products of which are written or oral and occasionally accompanied by visual imagery. Of particular interest to the architect from literature as a discipline is the representation of detailed fictional universes. Thomas More's Utopia is an early version of a fictional universe, with a more recent example being Middle-earth, the world of J.R.R. Tolkien's books. With each, a fictional universe visited by many, discussing the worlds of books with others creates a sense of sharing familiar ground. To use photography as an example of a discipline, the output of which is visual, completed architecture, when photographed, becomes a static visual art, though the physical building itself is experienced dynamically. The hero shot of a finished building will conceal hours of process behind a single representation of a building, though it will also be a view with which many are familiar. Other less familiar viewpoints may fail to induce the same effect on a viewer. Identifying with hero shots of buildings or other such repeated visuals creates a sense of familiarity and nearness. Video game design creates virtual worlds that can be inhabited and shared by many. The output of this discipline is an interactive, moving representation, with virtual characters to explore the world with, and with many games even providing randomly generated maps, where common design components are arranged differently to create unique layouts. The sense of having been in one of these worlds is real when discussing it with another who has been there before. Virtual worlds in computer games, as is the case with the fictional universes of literature, introduce a common public realm, ground, the experience of which can be shared with others through space and time. Further to this first interpretation, ground, in its other sense, would be taken to mean that which has already been covered in each distinct discipline. Intangible skills, knowledge and experience, particularly in relation to imaginative thinking, that are integral to certain disciplines and yet are novel for and can be useful to other disciplines. This interpretation of the term will be examined with a view that practitioners of those disciplines considered in this research could potentially, by sharing with others ground already covered, enhance one another's disparate processes of creativity and experiences of place, and could perhaps adapt parts of those processes into their own practices. Because knowledge is an intangible interpretation of ground, it largely concerns process. To follow a creative process through effectively and efficiently, the making of a painting, for example, one must possess certain skills. Skills are generally intangible, and so are more difficult to share. But the skills particular to a certain discipline can be observed and gained by an architect, it is proposed, by applying the aforementioned cyclical tool to another's process, and by following each action to encounter, process, experience, record, interpret, represent, and reflect in relation to the artist's work in progress, for example. As with anything that is intangible, it is that bit more inaccessible to an outsider, more private in a sense. The concept of public-private spaces in buildings is one that is well known to architects. But what of the public-private realm of other disciplines? Architecture, in the sense of realised projects, is perhaps one of the most public forms of artistic expression, an easily accessible externalisation of an artist's fictions. An unrealised architectural project can be a private work of fiction, or may remain accessible to only a chosen few who had a role in its creation. Walking through or using any building has the potential to be an immediate shared experience. Literature, on the other hand, creates private fictions that are generally slowly enjoyed in the private realm and shared later in conversation. A delayed sharing of ground, so to speak. Interestingly, reading literature in the public realm can be an immediate shared experience because it allows for spontaneous sharing of the ground in the book. All places are covered in layers of intangible, and therefore sometimes invisible, knowledge. Where something as intangible as knowledge is externalized, for example, as interpretive signage, as text by an archaeologist, or as a reconstruction by an artist at an archaeological site, layers of knowledge can then be appreciated by all who read the interpretation. If the signage was not there, the information would not be so easily accessible. This is sharing ground, disseminating specialist knowledge while enhancing the experience and influencing the perception of a place. In other words, sharing one's perception of a place and knowledge about it with others. A primary interest of architecture is placemaking, processes and modes of representation drawn from other, either associative or disparate disciplines, can be used to reinvigorate the practice of architecture, particularly in relation to placemaking. Of particular interest are those processes and methods of representation from different fields of practice that can afford the contemporary architect substance as atypical points of reference, rather than adhering solely to architectural references. In relation to the tangible interpretation of ground, it can be construed that real and imagined places can create a sense of commonality, experienced as they are either immediately or distantly in time and space. Similarly, intangible knowledge, shared through interdisciplinary exchange, can change the perception of a place, a process that is fast-tracked by the immediate sharing of specialist ground. Building on the idea that disciplines that frequently engage the imagination use placemaking tools, some of which may overlap with architecture, there are lessons to be learned by architects from any creative discipline. It is then down to a matter of interpretation and application. Multidisciplinary consumption encourages a sense of nearness between people, a sense of having something in common. The proposed cycle outlined in this presentation of encountering, processing, experiencing, recording, interpreting, representing, and reflecting should provide a useful structure under which to make interdisciplinary exchanges between architecture and other disciplines. Lessons about representation can be learned from tangible ground, while intangible ground shared can enable processes. Under this proposed model for enabling interdisciplinary exchange, and therefore sharing ground, the architect has a standard cycle of events to follow in order to adopt a process or skill from another discipline into architectural practice.
Thank you, Sarah. That was great. That's really got me thinking a lot about the nature of interdisciplinary thought and connects back to actually a lot of the points that were made earlier, which we'll hopefully now get into discussing. So just quickly to thank Jake, Mark, Patrick, Ryan and Sarah for all those excellent presentations, and to Stephen in the tech room for all of that working incredibly smoothly. So thank you for that. So now we get a chance to kind of kick some ideas around and talk about them. And probably interesting to pick up maybe a point that Sarah made there towards the end. And my thinking is that this concept of the interdisciplinary, the different positions, takes us back right, I think, to maybe Jake's earlier point about the walls. And I loved his term of the wall jumpers. It seems to me that ground is a thing that runs through and on which we build walls. And that in order to be skillful in jumping walls, you need to have walls there. And it kind of struck me that that's a lot of what we're talking about. And that, again, to go back to Jake, he mentioned, we started off about what the wall meant and about how it determines territory, but then it expands and thickens and there's a kind of dance between the column and the thickness of the wall. And I immediately started to think of Flann O'Brien's The Third Policeman, where you can actually disappear into the wall. And it kind of made me think, maybe that's what it's about. I was kind of thinking maybe the thing that connects the presentations is the space between things, different environments. So for example, in Mark's presentation about the RTE building, he had a very detailed understanding of the other typologies across the globe. But actually it was really startling when you start to see architecture, modern architecture presented through the medium of cinema. So this is a general question to each of you. It'd be nice to kind of work through. Do you think that part of our way of working is rooted in the space between things, and what your thought of that might be? Because it seems almost, if you just crudely take between the digital and the analog, that we are not in a complete one or the other. We're now in this kind of hybrid or interconnecting system, which is hugely interesting, hugely challenging. But I just wondered how we can reflect on what that space between things may offer in kind of each of your positions. So if I just maybe working back through that, maybe coming to Jake first. Jake, are you there? Have we lost Jake? Okay, maybe lost Jake. Are you there? We might have lost him. Okay, what about Mark? Have you got any thoughts on that?
At one time, I guess I believed in and practiced disciplines, because at a certain stage in my career, I just had a training in one. But as I've moved around, I guess I've become increasingly aware of the insufficiency of every discipline. Every discipline benefits from some kind of interaction, just as in our own lives, we benefit from seeing our own experience in the round and gaining other perspectives. So for me, working across disciplines is the only way to think about any problem. I can't I can't ever think about any problem through the lens of one particular discipline. I think there's sometimes when professional specialization and the requirements of licensing and the requirements of, you know, the day job are so intense that there's sometimes constraints on our ability to think across disciplines. But events like this allow us the luxury of doing that in a more leisurely way. So my work, for example, in cinema, I often sit awkwardly, to be quite frank with you, in a film studies department, because I'm very often thinking sociologically or geographically or architecturally, whereas some of my other colleagues might not, but they might be thinking more formalistically or more artistically vis-a-vis the medium of cinema. But then, of course, if I move over into a discipline of architecture, which I often do and collaborate with architects, I have to be aware of first of all, that I'm not a qualified architect. So there's always, and in some schools of architecture, which are very professionally oriented and very engineering oriented, they're less theoretically open and less discursively kind of experimental than other schools of architecture. So I notice when I go from one school of architecture to another, some are better disposed towards thinking across disciplines, I think, than others. So I guess that's my 2 cents. I think that interdisciplinary, and I really liked Sarah's presentation for that reason, Sarah. I thought you really hit the nail on the head but can I? Sorry, Paul. I don't mean to. May I ask? I'll come back to it.
Absolutely.
I had a question.
In
the free flow of it, because just looking at my notes there, I didn't make some notes, but Sarah's point seemed to be. I was trying to understand, Sarah. Are you, because you're a qualified architect?
Yes.
But are you making a call, and how strongly would you want to make that call on architects to do more of the thinking about the variety of arts that I got from your paper? You think they're not doing sufficiently yet?
I mean, I guess as you were saying as well, when you're in practice, there's a lot of limitations, there's a lot of legislation and a lot of red tape. So as you said, it's great to have this platform that we can actually start to think about the artistic side of architecture, which I find really fascinating, particularly how we represent our thoughts as architects. And I think Paul mentioned earlier his interest in drawing as well. So I think the type of drawing that you tend to do in architecture practice, traditional practice, becomes quite limited. And I guess when you start to engage with other disciplines, you can take kind of hints from those different ways. You can kind of just expand your ways of representing things, particularly through drawing. And as I was saying, the written word, imagery, and moving imagery. So, yeah.
I think that operational shift, as I mentioned, my interest in drawing, but for example, if I look at an archaeologist drawing, I see a completely different world. In fact, then it makes me want to return back to architecture in a different way, because they are kind of drawing time or excavation or working in the reverse of how an architect works. And it's hugely fascinating, the same way you could look at a surgeon's drawing or whatever. And that's maybe the point I was trying to hint at with, for example, in, say, Mark's presentation, that it was really striking the difference between the cinematic portrayal of modern architecture and how often that's done in a kind of other, not culturally exploitive, but in a kind of much more kind of multi-dimensional way, maybe, than the single narrative portrayal of history. Because I think Mark set it quite clearly that often looking at the RT building, it's done in one of two ways: the history of modern architecture or the work of Scott Talon Walker architects. But the minute you disassemble that, you start to open up a whole other cultural field. And that would be the same for all the other presentations today. You know, and maybe it's the twin, that's the idea between, as it were, what is the thing, and then what is the kind of Mary Shelley-like connection of that other twin, the good, the evil, the bad, the other, the discursive. And that's what I'm kind of interested in exploring between all of you. And I'm just maybe thinking, maybe if we came to Patrick, for example, some of the things that Patrick was talking about, I think this idea of the hybrid or the simulation between the real or the animated. I was watching a film recently with my children, and it kind of struck us as we got in about half an hour into it, there was something really strange of what we thought was naturally filmic or just photographed was actually this strange combination between the simulated digital, which kind of created this strange feeling of the way, the sophistication of how it was actually woven, that we were crossing between the animated and the real in a way that I hadn't seen before. So I just wonder, for example, in what you're saying, Patrick, that analogy that you offered us about the dome and what that meant, if there was something in terms of that thought of either the nature of the hybrid, the difference of the multidisciplinary position, and what that offers us. Have we lost Patrick as well? Okay. I don't know what, maybe he's just dropped out for a second. So maybe, Ryan, would you like to pick up any thought about that kind of nature of the hybrid or the...
Sure. I guess in terms of to look at the hybrid and the digital and that kind of connection, and to come back with what you mentioned originally, which I thought was beautiful, which was the space between things, which is a reference to one of the presentations earlier. I think it's incredibly important to have those kind of multidisciplinary approaches. And actually, when I started with the catapult back in 2015, before that I'd always been in a geographic discipline. I'd always worked for organizations and companies that had all those kind of teams. So I was effectively groupthink. I was in a bubble of people that were taught the same things in the same way at predominantly the same university. A lot of similar kind of interests. So effectively leaving Northern Ireland, going to England, and then being put into this innovation space where I was the only person from that industry in the organization, mixed in with people that were architects, designers, software engineers, game developers, CAD modelers, VR specialists, all this kind of thing. And one of the memories that I'll have is that in the first couple of weeks, saying the word model. And at the time, a model to me was maybe data that you might put in to create a map or a 3D terrain model. But a model to the game developer was maybe like a character or a cartoon kind of thing. And a model to the architect was something else again. And suddenly this one word meant something entirely different because of those different, but it's not that they were totally separate. They all had a part to play to work together to do something. And to bring it back then, using all of those different skills, it's almost like we all have a little piece of that puzzle to put it together to solve some of these incredibly large, complex issues, such as connected vehicles. To use that example where we're taking geographic, but we're trying to create digital versions of the real world. There's definitely a part to play there in terms of architecture, because using those tools, you can capture some of your models at a very low cost, at a good degree of accuracy. You can then start to speak to transport planners. It creates a basis and a foundation to be able to have everybody around the table and really kind of play out what might happen.
Yeah, I think we've got, thank you for that, Ryan. We've got Patrick's now back. I think you dropped out there for a minute. Yeah. But we're just talking about the space between things and the nature of the hybrid and the connections. And I was sort of struck, as I say earlier on, about this idea of the triple dome, that in architecture you realize when you walk around the city and you look up at a dome and it has a significance within the city, and then you realize there's other things happening within it. So there's a kind of spatial configuration, there's an interiority. And that physical model seemed to me to offer a really interesting notion of how we work within the digital. And that if maybe this, and I just keep coming back to the term hybrid, that this over-connection between the physical and the simulated and the generated and the interspatial models are something we're kind of beginning to learn to live with and to be creative with in the old disciplines, if you like. And there's this notion that somehow a previous art form is replicated in the next. So therefore the early days of cinema have grown from theatre and so on. So we're beginning actually in the early phases to really understand that interconnectivity in a way. And so I loved that metaphor you offered us of the dome. Now I'd just like to push that a bit further, the same way that you showed us that sort of image of the golden box, the kind of big the kind of new architects of the data centers. They seem to offer that paradox of a physical presence and then an incredibly sophisticated interiority and mechanism.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting topic, the sort of the interdisciplinary aspects of the virtual and converting the physical to the virtual. But yeah, just that it's sort of similar to that the kind of dichotomy of what I was talking about between entertainment and tool, how the spaces really benefit from this, from seeing them from many different angles. So one of the examples I didn't get to talk about was how research and virtual environments come together. So there's and the discipline of gaming as well. So there's a game about protein folding. So they use the intuitive nature of the human mind to determine how proteins might fold. So it's sort of integrating research methodologies with the gaming industry, which is kind of interesting.
Just on a quick point there, I sat through a presentation many years ago where the person that was presenting was talking about the new amount of people that were coming into the gaming industry, and happened to drop in the statistic that the highest number was actually coming from architecture, that architecture students were actually migrating in quite large numbers. I think this was a study done in the States into gaming because they had a spatial imagination that was richer than those that were simply acting in a kind of simulation mode. And at the time I thought, I'm not quite sure, I need to find out more about it. But the more I sat through the presentations this afternoon, the more I realized that the complexity of the world requires different ways of perceiving it, which I think is what Sarah was offering us, is this kind of reflective loop of questioning our processes, and to realize that it's a complex channel of interface, and that there's lots of different skills and knowledge there that we possess. So that's really interesting to hear. I guess just to pick up on one thing, it's this notion of the simulated. You mentioned, I think it was in your presentation, Patrick, about Hong Kong, for example. Now, when I think of Hong Kong, I think of this super intense, wonderfully smelly, electric, dynamic, environment. And then how do we connect to that in a way that makes the digital twin, to use Ryan's notion, how do we simulate that? Or are we like theatre, conscious that we can't simulate it, that we have to go into another medium to recognize its pros and cons and differences?
I think we are, there is certain things that the medium can't simulate.
Nor should it. I don't know.
Nor should it. Yeah, so I think that sort of makes you kind of appreciate what the physical can offer more, and you should sort of play to the virtual strengths and not try and kind of simulate the things like tactility and smell and temperature that the virtual doesn't seem to be able to simulate.
Do you think that's something we can just relax about? I mean, just to put it back to Mark, has a lot of experience in reflections on architecture and the cinema, and in turn how those insights through cinema might offer us different critiques, or the medium offers different critiques. Once we relax and say that we're never going to have this complete simulated world in the digital, and we actually understand its dynamics or its media, and that we can enjoy the fact that we can bring in storytelling and improvisation in different environments, is that something that offers us a kind of really positive future to understand its limitations, Mark?
I mean, I think it is. I teach a class on film and architecture, and the very first thing I do a couple of things. One, and it's mostly to film and media students, so they have not studied architecture, and I have to take them by the hand a little bit. But I do two things, and when I try to get them to stop thinking from the very beginning about film and architecture as two separate disciplines, and I say, if you think of architecture, and you made the point, Sarah, that many times architectural projects don't get realized. So there's a lot of architecture that just ends up as sketches in a pad somewhere, or models in somebody's back room. So if you think about architecture and film as two types of representation, or two disciplines which are both preoccupied with the idea of manipulating space, but the filmmaker does it with the camera and sets, and the architect does it with actual concrete and steel, or maybe sometimes just the idea of it on a sketchpad, then you immediately break the barrier between the two, and you just think about it, a continuum of different kinds of spatial representations and spatial manipulations and so on, and that is liberating. It's definitely liberating. So I think that's one thing I tried to do. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question though, Paul. Is it about this idea of to what extent is breaking free of these things liberating?
I just thought, well, what I'm kind of hinting at is that sometimes when you realize the limitations of an art form or limitations of the digital realm, we can actually relax and enjoy it rather feeling that we can reach this. I heard somebody describe it once as the difference between clouds and clocks. Clouds are amorphous, which are behind you there, and we're constantly trying to model them, and we get more complex systems.
Yeah.
And then you turn to science, and the clocks are mechanisms for measuring.
Yeah.
So it's back to the space between. If we just relax and say, okay, there's limitations, maybe that's the beauty of the medium.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, in cinema, of course, the thing about cinema, and especially if you teach the history of cinema and television to a great extent, back in the 50s, in cinema and television, to a great extent, you're often coming back again and again and again to the idea of the real. Because cinema and television, especially cinema, is based on photographic technology, which is, at least used to be, about the capturing of an objectively verifiable reality on celluloid. So we're constantly preoccupied with the idea of the real as a referent that we're coming back to all the time. But I was struck in Ryan's paper, like in the idea of the digital twin, which seems to Ryan and I suppose to engineers and to technologists and so on like a really enabling thing, because it's a great new way of thinking about a whole way of thinking that can be applied in different domains. But when you mentioned simulation, Paul, I mean, back in the 60s when I was talking about in my paper just now, the idea that there could be a simulation of something which would be equal to or sort of commensurate to the real thing was just a horrifying idea. I mean, and gave rise to Baudrillard's thinking about the simulacrum and the idea of the counterfeit and so on and so on. You know, it's a very interesting thing that in 50 years or so, of course, a lot of utopian technology, futuristic thinking came out of the 60s too, in a sense. But so I was just struck by that. The question that would come up for me to Ryan would be therefore, where does reflection come in, and sort of the thinking across the arts and the thinking across ethics and so on, which are very much at stake in painting or in photography, or where does all of that come in GIS, LiDAR, and so on, in your experience?
Can I just clarify a bit more about what you mean in terms of reflection?
I guess, you know, trying to the moment when you stop the practice that you're doing and the urgent task that you're doing, and you reflect on it ethically, philosophically, humanistically, to understand really, you know.
Oof. I guess there's two different parts there, and one is if we're talking about the digital twin, and then another is the more established thing of GIS, which is kind of the practice of effectively digital maps and all of that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of stuff there in terms of data privacy, location information, the likes of your Tesco stuff. You make an order and that's all tied to your postcode so that they can improve costs and marketing, because if you buy a particular product in something, you can use that to understand people nearby, their buying habits, and then target those kind of streets for that, which is a slightly different thing. You can equally then use it for humanitarian purposes to basically distribute vaccines. You can target different areas. You can use it for health and demographic things. I guess within kind of more of an architectural built environment thing, you can use it and associate it with, which I know Ulster University have done a lot of research on, is fuel poverty, and help them to identify and distribute funds and then improve that as well. So I think there's an ethical responsibility to use the data well, and to have that responsibility to be aware that these aren't just numbers and dots on a screen, they represent real people. And when it comes to the artistic point, there's a whole kind of different remit there around cartography. But if we're talking about digital maps, I think that gives us an incredible artistic ability. And actually, it gets me excited because I've always been very focused on it must be right, it needs to be accurate. And if it's not accurate, you need to know what the tolerance is. Whereas this aspect of gamification of some of the data, depending on the use case, it gives you that little bit of flexibility. Now, you have digital twins that have, for the likes of what I've presented today, engineering purposes, and you need that accuracy. But if we're talking about the likes of the Mandalorian that was presented earlier, you're using similar techniques, you're using similar tool sets. This gives you the ability to, say, take the likes of Belfast that was maybe used for Game of Thrones. If you had a digital twin for that, then you could use the same layout of the streets, but maybe switch out the models. So you've got a medieval village instead, and then that would save the cost for the arts industry as well.
Yeah, that's great. I'm just struck, and I think it takes us back to some of the things that Sarah was saying, or maybe Flann O'Brien, which is a kind of favourite, that we're kind of turning. There's always this notion between the scientific and then the kind of abstraction of how we experience the complexity of the world and the art form that plays with it. I'm taking it from Sarah's presentation, which was really nice, as this kind of recursive loop of how we've got to think and reposition ourselves, and that there's no one way to do that. So I think, for example, Ryan, you did mention in part of your presentation about storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm putting together in my head storytelling with data and saying, this is interesting because maybe part of the data, it's like the early map makers went out to collect the names of places and then realized there's no such single name on a map because everybody has different names in different languages and different cultures. And then how do you create that datascape? So I think, again, I want to come back to maybe Sarah on this notion of the navigational recursive loop to reflect and think about this repositioning on what the ground is below our feet, whether it's a geospatial digital thing or that's physical stones and clay, offers us a really nice, kind of humanist view of things. So maybe Sarah, that you could just say something about this kind of predicament we wonderfully found ourselves within.
Sure. And I think actually Ryan made a point earlier with the use of language, where model can mean something to different things. So again, it's actually about the inadequacy of modes of representation as well. Like language, one word will mean so many different things to someone. A picture will mean different things to different people. Like you were saying with archaeologist drawings as well. You can look at them as an architect and see something completely different. And just to when you feel that occurring, to just be able to just take a moment to reflect on it and think about how you can bring that into your practice, whatever, whether that's an architecture practice or something more multidisciplinary.
That's great. And I just thinking back to Mark's point about rewind back several years, and there was a horror that somehow data and analysis and all the movies and texts and pieces that came out at the time was, the kind of Mary Shelley warning us about how if we didn't get control of our science or obsession with science fact, would be, we would literally create a monster. But now we do seem to, at one level, have taken the opposite view that everything of our smart cities or how we analyze the world is based in data fields. So I guess my feeling or intuition is that this hybrid nature, that it's an assembly of different things and that we have to reposition ourselves backwards and forwards. And that's what I'm taking about a lot of the presentations. It's a pity we lost Jake, because I think there was a lot of nice things he was saying about the analogy of the wall and what as it thickens or thins or swallows. And that could be the case for any medium or approach about how you disappear into the thickness of things. So I maybe just want to fire it back to yourselves, because I realize there's questions you want to ask yourselves just for the different presentations. So maybe I'll just we've got about 9 minutes left or something. So maybe go back down the list and just ask if you any questions you want to ask yourselves. So maybe just starting, just Sarah, because you're there, is there a question you want to ask Andy across the presentations?
Yeah, I had actually picked up on some of Jake's references as being particularly interesting as well, and also with I think there was a lot of overlap between some of our presentations. I noticed that video games were mentioned in I'd say 3 of them. But I guess as architects, like how much do you find yourself, are people interested in architecture? How much do you find yourself leaning into disciplines such as like video game engines, for example, as a way of almost sketching ideas? Like, yeah, I don't know if that's anyone had a comment on that.
Pick up that? No. Okay. Well, let's keep rolling. Thanks, Sarah. That's great. Maybe just Ryan next. Have you got any thoughts or observations you want to ask to the?
Yeah, I guess just is my mic on? For all of yourselves, I guess in terms of the point that was mentioned there a minute around tactility or tactile interactions with the digital, kind of got me thinking about some of the stuff that we were involved with a while ago, around designing for visual impairments. And I was actually kind of interested to know how, as architects, you would feel about the ability to use some of these technology, if they were developed, to be able to design for the unseen. So a lot of the stuff that we talked about today is very visual, maybe even a bit kind of audio-based, sound-based. But if you had the ability to work with digital tactile things in a simulated kind of digital twin kind of way, to be able to design ways for visual impairments or physical impairments, how might that lend to your creativity and future designs?
Patrick, Sarah, you want to pick that up at all?
What do you mean by the question?
So if you had the ability to interact with a digital surface, or I've seen some basic some textures that can kind of loads of little hexagons, kind of like almost a digital version of the things you might have had from years ago. You put your hand into it and it makes an imprint, except there's like little motors behind them. And these kind of can create different things, and I've seen some work with that to communicate digital braille pads, that kind of thing. And I know from some of the likes of conversations I've had in the past with the RNIB, where there's issues around designing braille for, say, trains or train stations to help navigation through those kind of things. How might a simulated technology or a digital twin to be able to ensure that those things are put in the right places in the right way lend itself to an artistic or an architectural design? So it's a capability that maybe doesn't exist yet, or you don't have, but if you had it, how might that change the way you do things?
It's a good question. I suppose the confluence between how the virtual physically manifests itself is a really interesting topic. But I'm not sure how that would. There's so many opportunities for sort of design opportunities in that confluence. I suppose it's quite an interesting thing to think about. Yeah.
Are you suggesting, Ryan, that you see possibilities for greater social inclusion by architecture if it involves these technologies properly?
Absolutely, I think so. I think there's this potential for that. I was just interested in your views to put yourselves in those kind of positions, or to be able to test out different ideas without having to make physical prototypes, or the cost or the risks involved with those.
I think that's a great question, and there's clearly different tribes taking different views on this. You know, some people are always seeking it in the kind of physical or the theoretical, and there's others that are obviously completely at the state of the art of immersive technologies and data fields and stuff. So I think that's an ongoing search, and I think that's the beauty of something like today, where we can actually share an incredible range of detail about different systems or approaches or positions. So I think that's a kind of open-ended question, Ryan, that we really need. We're still knocking at the door of the digital possibilities there. But I know from my own point of view, I'm absolutely stunned by the accessibility or the miniaturization of possibilities that 20 years ago were just impossible. You know, in terms of how much technology you carry in your phone, the nature of location materials, you know, filming, all kinds of stuff that would have been just inconceivable. And I think we're beginning to enjoy that. And maybe that's what it needs to be, is enjoying discovery. Back to Sarah's point about just that experience and sharing and discovery and repositioning. So I'm not sure that's an answer either. But again, it's just Mark.
You've just made me think of. I have colleagues at King's who are working on a thing called the Future of Cinema project, which has been sponsored by the BFI for a number of years. And one of their theses is, of course, that we're moving away from the flat wall screen and reorganizing cinema architecture completely, so that we'll have more like sensory environments, right, which will also be accessible by people who have sight deprivation or poor hearing and so on, but they'll be sensory rich environments which will vibrate and where elements will move and there'll be intense light and so on and so on. So they're thinking of much. I mean, I wouldn't call it. 50 years ago, they might have called it psychedelic, but they're looking at some kind of mind transformative sort of future evolution of cinema, away from the idea of just projecting on a wall, which I would have asked Jake about if he was here. So that's one thing I think, that the future of cinema is up for grabs, and that will involve all kinds of new kinds of, hopefully to make cinema more inclusive, because you're right, the constant focus on the ocular and the assumption of ocular capability, and right, that's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just a thought there. Several years ago, I had a tour of one of the BBC studios, and we were taken to the state of the art. I think they called it the Blue Room. You might be aware of this. It was a kind of room that they had where they were kind of displaying some of the state of the art technologies. But the key thing was these simulated environments, exactly as you described, Mark. So the idea was, when you're sitting watching David Attenborough, you would be in the forest, and you would have the smells and something that, there was a period in cinema with the kind of earthquake and all these films that were trying to simulate, like seat shaking, all that stuff. But it seemed to me that there was a register of the wider, more complex sensorial environment, and how that changed our perceptions of things. You've often read in crime fiction, or whatever, it's the smell that gives something away first. It's the worrying thing, rather than the sound or the visual. And I think that's going to take us into a kind of a new place.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. You just reminded me of one other project, which is the National Gallery X project. I don't know if you've heard of that, which is the National Gallery in London, but they have a thing called National Gallery X, which is a project which involves them trying to digitize works and create holographic reproductions of the works, which can be experienced in three-dimensional space by audiences sitting at a table 10,000 miles from the gallery, and to therefore give those things a new kind of physical three-dimensional reality, away from the flat canvas.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just registering the time there, and there's some absolutely terrific stuff, and there's lots of stuff to talk about, which hopefully we can maybe pick up on another day. I just want to say a huge thank you to Jake, to Mark, to Patrick, to Ryan, to Sarah, and to Stephen for doing the technical side. I knew I shouldn't have mentioned Flann O'Brien, because I think maybe that's Jake disappeared into the thickness platform. And hopefully he'll escape later. So thank you. I find that absolutely fascinating, wonderful. Thank you for all the energy and time people put into that. And I think we now stop, if I'm correct, hopefully grab a coffee, and then come back to the next session. So my thank you to you all. It's been really...
Thanks, everyone. That was great. Very enjoyable.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
See you again.